Chapter 1370 Survive. Five Feathers waved her hand to mobilize her earth Tao and created an enormous stretch of dark piles of earth floating in the void before reciting an incantation. Everything will eventually return to earth, the body, the soul, man's wealth and treasure, and that also includes their sins and resentments, Earth's reincarnation. Many people watching this battle were shocked. Five Feathers successfully used Earth Tao to control reincarnation Tao. Such manipulation is often expected with geniuses, especially when it involves high Taos, like reincarnation, but they saw it from someone unexpected. These people now finally understood when their ancestors warned them with the saying, "Paragons are paragons, no matter how weak or terrible they are or looked." Five Feathers' maneuver proves that no simple individual can reach this realm. The resentment creature screamed as a powerful force pulled him toward the earth. It tried to resist, but the pull was its antithesis, just as its existence was contrary to Five Feathers. Then, with one last look of unwillingness and anger, the creature flew toward the earth. Undead Phoenix realized what was happening and decided to do something about it. Sadly, it was too late. Five Feathers rushed toward him, and their fists clashed, generating shockwaves that tore apart the spatial integrity of their surroundings. Why is her flesh so powerful? Undead Phoenix asked before realizing that the karmic sins must have tempered with her body. Adding that she was a phoenix with a decent fleshly body, Five Feathers was now considered a somewhat accomplished impure body refiner. "You damn pest," Undead Phoenix roared. He summoned a bone trident followed by a pair of bone wings. He ignored the summon from the earth above him. Such a new technique was not enough to affect him. "I'm done playing around with you," he said with gritted teeth. He teleported before her and stabbed his trident with all the force he could muster. Five Feathers' face became serious as she sensed this attack contained the power to strip her of her vitality. She summoned a sharp golden sword with a tinge of red made from her metal Tao and weaved some karmic sins into it. Clink! The sounds of metal clashing reverberated across this realm, leaving devastating effects. Some parts of this area instantly lost their vitality, meaning that mortal cultivators immediately lost most of their lifespans and died of old age, while immortals aged and became weaker. Additionally, the soil lost its moisture, meaning that from now on, unless someone fixes this area, these places will be dead and cannot grow any normal or spiritual food or herbs. The area touched by Five Feathers did not fare much better. Her metal sword embodied one of the main characteristics of Gold Tao, sharpness. However, Five Feathers went even further by using the power of resentment to boost her sword's cutting power. As such, the places that the attack reached were cut into particles smaller than atoms, leaving nothing in sight, including matter, energy, and even time and space. Undead Phoenix felt a sense of shame and anger. This woman has always been weaker than him, and the only reason he had not avenged himself was due to the restriction or balance of the others. Now, he could do so, but he was failing. How could he accept that? How many nights did he spend thinking about what he would do to this woman once he had the chance? Fate had given him the chance, but it also laughed at him. "I must kill you," Undead Phoenix roared after Five Feathers blocked another attack. The world suddenly turned black and white, and a spatial tear appeared above Undead Phoenix, showing a towering phoenix. The odd thing about that creature was it was all bones, but that only increased the deathly aura. The beast opened its bony mouth to fire a black beam, instantly raising Five Feathers' senses to the highest level. "I'm going to die" was the first thing that popped into her mind, and no matter what she did, she could not remove this idea, no, this sensation from her soul. She immediately used her most potent defensive measure by connecting herself to the earth of the entire world. Five Feathers soon noticed it was easier, especially the initial connection. She instantly figured out that was because she had a deep connection to the grand Nirvana world after wiping out all mortals from this place. Her focus did not remain on this aspect since the sense of danger did not dissipate. Five Feather added her other Tao to this technique. With her metal Dao, she could connect to all the ores and veins on the ground. The water Dao allowed her to communicate with all rivers, oceans, and water sources. Finally, the wood Dao granted her access to all plants, forests, and so on. With all these things or concepts protected, Five Feather felt safe but realized that even this was not enough. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this?" she complained. Little did she know that Undead Phoenix had been brewing this technique for countless Yuan epochs for this one chance at killing her. "I can't die, not now," Five Feathers thought with gritted teeth. She still had a few lives to live, so dying was not that much of an issue. The problem was the curse and the body of sin. If she died now, she knew the curse backlash would instantly activate and wipe her out from the face of the world. "What can I do?" Five Feathers thought. While on the verge of death, she forced herself to remain calm and pushed her ability to the limit. Her eyes shone as she found the answer. While on the verge of death, she used all her karmic sins to understand a little bit of Karma Dao. If this understanding were quantified, it would probably equal less than 2% Grand Dao Source, but that was enough. With this new Daos, Five Feathers realized she could not access all the karmic sins she had done in her life. She and all the other moons committed many terrible things during their reign, but now, she could use these things. She did not hesitate to empower her five-element nature defense technique. Boom! A shockwave traversed heaven and earth, bringing back the color that had been lost. The devastation was catastrophic, to say the least, but most capable cultivators had already left. A maniacal laughter full of joy and a hint of sneer echoed between heaven and earth. "I survived. I survived. You bastard, you thought you could kill me. Ha ha ha." Five Feathers only had a few wounds on her body. By any standards, they were minor, especially for a paragon. Meanwhile, Undead Phoenix had a contorted face. His skin had basically turned red from the pale shade, showing how high his anger had reached. "I'll kill you," he roared, his voice more bestial than human. However, Five Feathers calmly teleported away, leaving a few words that echoed in the surroundings. "This battle was fun, so let's do it again after I've truly mastered my new strength." Undead Phoenix roared again, his voice shaking heaven and earth. His madness had reached another level after losing his target, and it was apparent that he was about to go on a rampage. However, before he could start, he felt a killing so cold and terrifying that it sent a chill down his spine and awakened his wisdom. He looked around, trying to find the source to no avail. However, Undead Phoenix knew that something terrible would happen if he started killing people without rhyme or reason. So, he took one last glance in Five Feathers' direction before returning to his territory. Wang Wei's invisible projection took one last glance at him before dissipating. Five Feathers had already killed so many mortals, and he could not have someone else go on a rampage. Wang Wei sat alone in his dimension. The chill in the surrounding hadn't abated in the slightest. He knew he needed to do something, or the good situation he had created would be destroyed. "First, I need to put a damper on these cultivators, who will become emboldened after this war and start to hunt mortals to increase their lifespan," he muttered. "And the best way to do so is to use cruelty." Wang Wei waved his hand to summon countless subordinates, all immortals with a few tier 11, including Empyreans. These people were the creation lifeforms that survived the tribulation during his previous retreat. He sent orders directly into their mind. "This is the first true mission I've given you. Don't disappoint me. We will not let you down, Creator," they said in unison. Wang Wei dismissed them before changing his location. The next step is also to dampen Five Feathers' ambitions. "I can't have her keep slaughtering mortals." He gritted his teeth, thinking about what just happened. Wang Wei also understood why Supreme Unity did not stop these two from fighting, since their war would complete his objective. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1371 More War Crimes. 5 Feathers sat on her throne with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She calmly listened to the reports of the war situation. Overall, their sides were not doing well due to the nature of undead Phoenix's legions, but she did not mind. It was still possible to sever the connection between the undead legions and him, but it took time and sometimes many resources. 5 Feathers muttered as she noticed something. How dare you show up before me? She disappeared and teleported to an area not far from her castle. How dare you show up before me after what you did to White Phoenix? 5 Feathers said with a terrifying killing intent. She's fine, isn't she? Wang Wei replied. A soul collapse was not enough to kill someone of White Phoenix's caliber, especially since she had access to resources to revive herself. Do you think you can deal with our animosity with just a few words? 5 Feathers sneered. It seems your new strength has gotten over your head, Wang Wei sneered as he looked her in the eyes. Did you forget who is in front of you? Do I need to remind you? 5 Feathers' body visibly paused for less than a second before she regained her bearing. What do you want? She decided not to bother him since she only faced a projection. After all, killing it won't have much of an effect. I came here to warn you, Wang Wei responded directly. Stop this mass killing of mortals or face the consequences. Is this a joke? Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Wei replied as his eyes turned cold. The killing intent he released was even scarier than the one he used on Undead Phoenix. Killing intent is a unique ability of most cultivators, and it usually forms due to how many people someone has killed. Wang Wei is young compared to most top powerhouses, and his personality that generally solves problems with talking means he has not killed as many people even compared to some of his peers. So, why was his killing intent so fierce? There are two answers to that, the first of which is he can access his killing intent as the Myriad Devourer. In that void, he destroyed countless worlds and killed too many people to count. However, most of his experiences as the Devourer are still sealed, meaning it's not the primary source of his killing intent. The main source of power comes from his killing potential. If someone with his strength and mind wishes to kill someone, few people can survive. That's why his killing aura is so intense and potent. 5 Feathers calmly looked at him, not affected in the least. Then, she started laughing maniacally. You cursed me, and I finally found a way to solve the curse, and you're telling me to stop. He. I will die either way, so why should I listen to you? Wang Wei frowned. He understood better than most how scary someone on the verge of death is, let alone a paragon with so much power and resources. If I don't do something else, this mad woman won't care about my threat. There are plenty of cultivators for you to kill, Wang Wei said. Not as much as mortals, and it's harder to form karmic sins from killing them, 5 Feathers replied. Not mentioning how much easier it is to kill mortals. That's easy to solve, Wang Wei said. You just need to manufacture a curse that operates like a plague and ensure it targets only people with cultivation. Such a vile act is enough for you to build negative karma from killing a vast amount of cultivators. Wang Wei had long made the hard choice of abandoning most of the loose cultivators for the mortals. Most cultivators from a sect or faction have access to longevity resources or conceal themselves to wake up in the next era. Only loose cultivators or people from weak factions have no choice but to kill mortals to extend their lifespan. So, Wang Wei made the rational decision to abandon these people and save the mortals who are the backbone of the cultivation civilization. As long as they survive, all factions in the world will have a pool of talents, and new loose cultivators can also arise from them. A plague curse. 5 Feathers muttered with shining eyes. This was an excellent idea. Anyway, I've warned you, Wang Wei continued. If you don't heed my words, I promise you, no matter the price I have to pay, I'll eliminate you from this earth as soon as possible. 5 Feathers calmly watched the projection disappearing, leaving her to her thoughts. No one knew what she was thinking, but she stayed there for a few seconds before returning to the meeting hall and announcing, "Summon all the curse masters under our control." The ministers looked at each other, wondering what had happened to the Lord, but no one dared ask. Then, someone stepped up and said carefully, "Lord, you recently killed all the curse masters." Five Feathers frowned as she remembered she did kill all these rubbishes once they could not find a cure for her. "In that case, put an announcement outside that we are hiring more of them, and tell the world that I will sign the most restrictive contract to ensure these people's safety." "As you wish." Pure Death Realm, Undead Palace, Undead Phoenix sat on his throne, releasing a terrifying aura. His world was slowly crumbling, mentally speaking. That attack was his life's work. He was sure he could kill her because he developed it specifically for Five Feathers and spent countless years concentrating its power, similar to a swordsman who nourished his sword for one attack. That attack should have ended all his pain and suffering, but it failed, but that was not even the worst part. If it were before, Undead Phoenix would have been confident that his strength was enough to avenge himself still, but he was no longer confident. His intuition told him that this was his best opportunity, and after missing it, it would become more challenging to kill her from now on. "Lord, someone outside wishes to see you." "Who?" Undead Phoenix asked instinctively while still being lost in his thoughts. "Forget it, I won't see any visitors." The announcer hesitated briefly before continuing. "The visitors said they have a solution to your problem. They offered this as proof." The announcer opened his palm to show a slight golden light, which immediately made Undead Phoenix squint after detecting the nature of this light. He also guessed who this visitor was, and after hesitating, he accepted the meeting. Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Supreme Palace, Royal Garden. Shu Ren was staring at a screen before him in a small pavilion next to a table with 2 teacups. While watching the battle, he was shocked by how strong Five Feathers had become, but this was not his main focus. Her technique of using Earth Tao to manipulate Samsara Tao has inspired him. "Earth Emperor, I should have thought about it since it's in the title," Shu Ren thought. There are also records that in the first era of this world, before the world was complete, people could reach Samsara by digging through the earth. "I thought such information was insignificant, but it was the crux of the issue." Shu Ren shook his head. "Regardless, with this idea, I may be able to perfect my 9 hells into true samsara." "Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Did something good happen?" "You can say that," Shu Ren replied with a smile, looking dotingly into Shu's eyes. "In that case, have a dream berry. Maybe it will make you even happier." She peeled this silver grape that was releasing mist and handed it to him. Shu Ren opened his mouth with a smile and let her feed him. "You're right, it did make me happier," he announced. "I'm glad I can help you." Supreme Palace, 9 Nether Sparrow Hall. The Empress, dressed regally in black and red, was slowly tending to her gardens. She was slow and meticulous, showing how much she cared about each of these plants. A maid slowly followed her, and the Empress was used to her. "Where is His Majesty now?" Empress Ningxing asked. "In the royal garden," the maid replied. "With her?" "Yes," the maid answered in a low voice. "I see," Ningxing nodded before continuing to her lovely flowers. "Your Highness, do you want me to? With our power, it's impossible to eliminate her, but we can still inconvenience some of her day-to-day life," the maid suggested. "Why would we do such a thing?" Ningxing replied. Throughout Great Chu's dynasty, there were countless empresses, and she was the one who lived the longest. Why? 2 reasons. Firstly, she is the 3rd prince's mother, which provides her with a special layer of protection. However, the primary reason is that Ningxing knew her place. She knew her position had little to no power, so she never fought for it or inconvenienced the emperor in any way. She stayed in her place and never did anything that anyone, including the emperor, could use against her, which is something that the maid should know. "Xiao Chu, how long have you been with me?" More than 200,000 yuan epochs, the maid replied. A long time, indeed, Ningjing sighed. A white light flashed in the garden, and Shiwa Chu's head fell from her body. The Empress snapped her finger, and a shadowy figure appeared, kneeling before her. Find out who got to her, she ordered. Yes, Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1372 The Different Natures of Cruelty. Chui W. De took a deep breath as he glanced at this new world, and a genuine smile appeared. Before coming out, his creator had properly trained him on the situation outside, and he knew things like the fact his name had the initial character W for Wang, which was proof of his status as a creation life form, would lead to discrimination. However, he did not care about these things. He had reached the pinnacle of his homeworld, and serving the creator outside was the only way to progress. So, when the notice reached the world, even after telling people about the restrictions, Chuide did not hesitate to sign up. Chuide did not waste any more time. He had a mission, and failing at it would be worse than death. He activated one of the abilities his creator granted him, Karma Eyes. He immediately noticed someone in the distance whose karma was rapidly increasing, and without hesitation, Chuide teleported more than 20 million light-years with one step, arriving at his destination after a dozen or so steps. As expected, he witnessed a slaughter. A young man floated above the sky with countless swords surrounding him. The swords descended on the ground like rain, and each one would kill one or more mortals. It did not matter whether they were men, women, or even children. The sword had no mercy and did not discriminate against gender or age. The dead mortals then turned into blood mists, flying to the young man and condensing into blood orbs. The young slaughterer was calm, with no expression. It was as if he were removing the weeds from his front door. You're young and full of vitality. So, why are you resulting in such an act? What's it to you? The young man snapped. However, his face became stiff after sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chuide. Well, answer me. Yes, sir, there are plenty of these mortals. There is no need to fight between us, right? Do you think I'm a lowlife like you? Chuide sneered. The Heavenly Fate continent was cruel because the Creator rarely interacts, but all cultivators agree upon a hidden rule, to leave the mortals alone. He knew this world was more dangerous, especially since it was facing a catastrophe, but Chuide did not expect it to degenerate to such a level. The young man's stiffness reached his body as he realized he had encountered a righteous cultivator. He cursed his bad luck but did not hesitate to activate his escape secret technique. Sadly, his attempt was futile. The difference in strength was so great that Chuide stopped him with just one look. It seems there is no need for an answer to my question, you just don't see mortals as the same kind. Same king. The young man sneered. Chuide did not listen to his nonsense. Since his curiosity was already satisfied, he performed his mission. With a wave of his hand, the young man's body dissipated, leaving only his soul. Chuide conjured a transparent cauldron before shoving the soul inside. A scream of immense agony echoed in the void, and the voice was that of that young man. The invisible cauldron had a soul-burning flame with no attack potency but made up for it by incorporating powers from Wang Wei's pain talent. The flame brought the ultimate agony to the soul while also keeping it from breaking from the pain. This flame is one of the tortured methods of the Fate Shadow Guards, and the creator was not Wang Wei himself but Wang Ju. Chuide frowned at the devastation in the area. He waved his hand and used a combination of earth and wood spells to restore the houses, the fertile land, and the environment. However, the looming sense of dread and darkness did not dissipate even with his actions. It's understandable. After all, they've just lost countless friends, families, and loved ones, Chuide analyzed. In that case, should I revive them? It would not take much energy to rebuild a body for all these mortals, and their souls have not been sent to the underworld, so he could revive everyone who had just died. Maybe this is not a good idea, Chueda analyzed. This world is experiencing great turmoil, and messing with life and death may complicate things. More importantly, this is not part of my mission. These words should have convinced him, but Chueda was still hesitant, especially after seeing a little girl crying while holding some clothes that appeared to be the remains of her parents. He sighed but did not immediately ask. Instead, he contacted his creator and asked for further advice. The answer he received was brief but direct. Your previous analysis was correct. Your actions could complicate things. So, focus on prevention instead of repairmen. Chueda sighed and took one last look at these people. He waved his hand to establish an array around his small kingdom to give them temporary peace and chose a new leader that he blessed with wisdom and luck. After doing all he could, he departed to the following location. His next target was an elderly man as thin as bone with clothes too big for his body. As soon as Chueda laid eyes on him, he knew the man's reason for his actions. Although not justified, it is understandable. Chueda's presence could not be hidden with that terrified voice accompanying him, so the old man immediately noticed him. At first, the old man was calm, thinking that someone wanted to steal his hunting ground, but he was immediately shocked when he saw the invisible cauldron and the tortured soul. With one look, he could tell that the soul was full of karmic sins, and he guessed what had happened or would happen. The old man did not hesitate to use his greatest trump card, an emperor artifact. Although using such a powerful artifact with such weakened chi and blood would accelerate his death, it was better than being killed. As long as he survives, no matter how weak he becomes or how little lifespan he has left, he can make up with them. The world was vast, and there were too many mortals. Chueda did not waste his breath on this man. He used his aura alone to destroy this old man's physical body, and the cauldron automatically absorbed his soul. The two screams of agony should have made Chueda uncomfortable, but on this occasion, he found this cacophony of sounds quite amusing. He swiftly cleaned the environment and settled the mortals before moving to his next target. He found a middle-aged woman burning people with a cold and indifferent face. The smell of searing flesh was rather unpleasant, but Chueda has experienced worse. The middle-aged woman calmly turned to him, glanced at the cauldron behind him, and stood in place. Not going to run. There is no point, she replied coldly. Even though you know your fate. Since I can kill others, I should expect to be killed, she responded, still cold and indifferent. Is that so? Chueda. Don't you feel bad at all? Why feel bad? You've killed children, don't you feel anything at all? In this world, you either are preyed upon or be the prey. They died, not because I was cruel, but because they were weak. Weakness is a sin, she replied calmly. Chueda shook his head. I thought women were supposed to be more caring than men. Cruelty has no difference between men and women. Fair point, Chueda nodded before snapping his finger, and another scream added to the cauldron. I thought you would be able to resist a little. It turns out that in the end, you feel pain, just like the people you mercifully slaughtered. Chueda shook his head in disappointment. For a moment, he thought of giving this woman a swift death because of her reaction and state of mind. And he probably would have done so had she resisted the pain for a little while. Chueda looked at the devastation before him and frowned. It's too slow. He cast a clone spell, creating countless versions of himself. These clones only had the strength of peak quasi-emperor, tier 9, 5, but Chueda figured this was enough for most of these people, unless he encountered some unfathomable genius. If such a situation arrives, they'll just show up with my true body and deal with the threat, Chueda thought to himself before sending his clones away. He also continued his journey. Wang Wei was not the only one who realized the state of the world. Others may not deduce the situation as fast as he, but that's only because they do not have as much information, nor are they directly involved. However, there are many brilliant individuals in this vast world, so many people already understand the crux of this world's catastrophe. These people know they cannot allow the mortals to become extinct, or they will lose this war. So, as more of Wang Wei's life forms used this form of cruelty to warn these excited cultivators who became bold after Five Feathers' actions, many of these smart people realized his intention of using violence to warn and control these people and followed suit. With their swift actions, these cultivators quickly calmed down. No one wanted to experience their souls being tortured, and damage to their souls meant they could not reincarnate and would lose the chance to regain the memories from their past lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1373 Sudden Negotiation. Wang Wei blended into the void, looking into the distance. His powerful soul allowed him to observe a wide area of the eternal ascension world. Over the past week, he saw how the efforts of his people and the actions of other lineages quickly calmed down the effect of Five Feathers' cruelty. Although a few people tried to play in the dark, these people were swiftly dealt with to ensure the stability of the current situation. Excellent, now, I should be able to focus on training the mortals, Wang Wei thought. It's not feasible for them to rely only on cultivators. Now, these wise factions can work together for the overall situation, but these factions have to support these mortals for everything and for an extended period. Then, it's a matter of time before they become mentally fatigued. The people at the top given the orders might not care about such a thing, but those executing these orders will start behaving differently once they get tired of helping mortals. It may sound like they have no power, but that is far from the truth. Although they cannot directly disobey orders, they have plenty of ways to delay or make it look like an accident. Ultimately, only mortals will suffer in that scenario. So, they must have some levels of self-sufficiency, Wang Wei thought. If only I could use the mortal art Dao. Wang Wei sighed. He hoped his analysis was correct and Heavenly Dao would remove the restriction on the mortal civilization so that it could at least reach Tier 7. The current mortal civilization is only Tier 4, which is useless in the current situation. Wang Wei left his spot to return to his hiding space, and as soon as he sat down, preparing to enter the void illusion realm, he received a message from Red Mask. At first, he thought she was only reporting the current situation to keep him updated until he realized the code used was for critical situations that required his input or decision. So, he followed the previously established safety protocols before contacting by sending a projection to the designated area. What's so important? An ambassador contacted us, Red Mask stated. Ambassador? From whom? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Great Qin. Them. What did they want? No, more importantly, how did they contact us? Red Mask paused briefly. They captured one of our people. Someone betrays us. Or did they break through the agent? Wang Wei knew his fate's shadow guards were well trained, but this world's cultivation system was too old and too developed, so he never had the mindset that his methods were absolute. No, they released the captured individuals to ask for the meeting. Killing two birds with one stone, Wang Wei commented. I will do better, Red Mask promised. There is no need to blame yourself. Our foundation is too weak compared to these ancient lineages. However, you should also not have the mindset that you underestimate anyone, especially the Overlords. I will, Red Mask nodded. What about the meeting? Do you want to refuse? No, I want to know what they want, Wang Wei said. I'll give you a location. However, make sure they follow the appropriate precautionary protocols. Refuse the invitation if they disagree. As you wish. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on a cushion with a small table with a pot and 2 cups. The void twisted, and a handsome middle-aged man with 2 streaks of white hair appeared on the side of his temple. With one glance, Wang Wei could tell 2 things about this man. His natural charm was extraordinary, which was why he probably was an ambassador, and secondly, this man was very annoyed. This feeling increased after laying eyes on him. He's also very arrogant, but he hides it very well, Wang Wei analyzed. He smiled as he invited his guest. Sorry about all this, but please sit down. I've prepared a pot of dragoner's wine, known for its divine taste. I would have prepared something better, but you understand the current situation. Lord Wang Wei, are you trying to play mind games? What makes you say that? Wang Wei asked calmly as he served the wine. First, it was all those tedious measures you had me take before meeting you. But even when I followed them, you didn't even have the decency to show up personally. Wang Wei sipped his wine. I'm going to assume you know about me. I mean, you've at least researched me before coming to this meeting. I did, but what does that have to do with anything? So, tell me, what do you think would cause someone of my strength and stature to act more cautious than a rat? Wang Wei asked, looking him directly in the eyes. The ambassador's body suddenly paused, and his aggressive aura abated slightly. I understand, but, he paused, trying to build tension. He could not allow his opponent to control the start of this conversation. This is an official meeting. I'm sure there was no need to be so excessive. Even your emperor is hiding in limbo, not fearing to come out. Now, you're telling me that my caution was too excessive. The ambassador almost spit the wine in his mouth. He was speechless with just 2 sentences. He wanted to admonish Wang Wei for speaking about their rulers in such a manner, but then he remembered the latter's identity. Our great emperor, the Black Ancestral Dragon, does not fear anyone, nor is he hiding. The injuries from the ultimate taboo were simply too severe, and he has taken his time to recover, the ambassador said. I bet you wouldn't have the guts to say that if not for this isolated area, Wang Wei retorted, making the ambassador's mouth twitch. Let's get to business, he said, trying to change the subject and regain control of the situation. What was your name? You never introduced yourself, Wang Wei suddenly said. Damn it, this bastard obviously knows my name, the ambassador thought. It's Dong Tian, and I'm the first executive ambassador of the Great Qin Saint Court. His voice did not hide the pride in his title. I know a very talented woman with the surname Dong, and not many people can bear having such an arrogant title as Heaven, Tian, in their names, Wang Wei calmly commented, but he did not mention anything about the latter's official title. I know your father, you better not say anything that will turn this conversation hostile, Wang Wei warned, and Dong Tian felt a chill down his spine. I was just going to say it was an honor to share the same name as him, Dong Tian swiftly said. Is that so? I guess I'm a little sensitive, Wang Wei calmly stated as he sipped his wine. Meanwhile, Dong Tian breathed in relief before quickly realizing he had lost control of this conversation. He considered himself a master of negotiation, but he had met his match. His mind went on overdrive, thinking how he could regain control. Tell me your purpose in coming here, Wang Wei said. Be straightforward. Is there any hurry? Dong Tian asked, trying to reduce the conversation's temper to regain control. Your presence has increased the possibility of me being discovered. So, speak now or leave as soon as possible. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Lord Wang Wei, this is not how negotiations go. However, Wang Wei calmly looked at him without uttering a word. You see, you've wasted 5 seconds. Dong Tian was about to argue, but his years of experience told him this man was not bluffing. He would be kicked out if he did not get to the point. Our dynasty wishes to offer you our full cooperation, he immediately said. Dong Tian knew the importance of his mission, so he decided not to risk it. We will provide you unimaginable aid in the upcoming confrontation between the mortals and cultivators. You, of all people, should understand how deep the foundation of any of the overlords is. With our full cooperation, you will have a far greater chance of protecting them and saving this world. That is a great offer, Wang Wei nodded. One could say it's the kind that's irrefutable. Exactly, Dong Tian agreed. And what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked. We only ask that you promise us something, Dong Tian said. Don't worry. It's not something that goes against your morals or something that will hurt your sect. What you're asking is too vague, Wang Wei shook his head. There is no need to worry. Like I said, we won't ask too much of you. Unless you're more straightforward and tell me what you want, I can't agree to such a vague request, especially since I believe you'll require me to sign a restrictive contract. But it's just for insurance, Dong Tian argued. Like I said, this is too vague. Wang Wei already knew what they wanted, but he wanted to see if he could get more information from them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1374 Don't do anything. Dong Tian frowned, realizing the situation was not ideal. People like Wang Wei are arrogant, believing their futures are boundless. As such, they take unknown promises or restrictions seriously. There is a saying that favors are the most difficult debts to repay, and this situation fits. He pondered briefly before changing the wording of his request. We only require you to procure something for us. The thing is something that only you can acquire, and the process is not dangerous. It seems that I cannot get more information from you, Wang Wei stated directly, making Dong Tian frown. Yes, I do know what you want from me, Wang Wei said. And no, I can't read your mind. Dong Tian's face was gloomy. He could not tell whether this man was telling the truth or whether this was a mind tactic to gain more advantage in this negotiation. No, this is not a mind tactic, Wang Wei added. Your emperor's plan might be top secret to your dynasty and the world, but after you took the demon suppression emperor, many people will be able to deduce what you're planning once they find out what's so unique about her. Dong Tian instantly became gloomy and did not hide his intent to kill. However, Wang Wei just shrugged. Don't be mad at me since it's your fault you were so sloppy when capturing her. You could have been more subtle or made it look like you captured her for something else. Dong Tian controlled his emotions, and thus, his face became deadpan. I need to control myself. Damn it, I should have listened to these old geezer and be more careful. It seems now your emotions are of regret, so what are you regretful for? Wang Wei asked. Is it because of your behavior for this meeting? It seems I'm right. Well, don't blame yourself. Many people are warned to be careful when dealing with my kind, but they rarely listen, and even when they do, it rarely matters. Lord Wang Wei, Dong Tian said, having calmed down his nerves. Now that you know our purpose, what do you think of our proposition? Calming down so quickly, huh? I now understand why you were chosen for this mission, Wang Wei commented before sipping his wine. Well, my answer is no. I don't think this is an issue of price, Dong Tian asked with a frown. That title is not worth much to you, so why not sell it for a high price? I have no problem selling it for a high price, Wang Wei responded. He was telling the truth. The human emperor's path of transcendence does not fit with him, so his title/position of three-realm emperor meant nothing to him. At best, he might be able to create a decent technique about it once he becomes a transcendent. So, if he could get a price worth it, he might be willing to sell or exchange it. So, it is an issue of price, Dong Tian commented. But I think our offer is very sincere. With our help, you will have access to 2 Overlord support, thus increasing your chances of surviving this catastrophe. Wang Wei looked at him intently. Whoever sent you in this plan is either stupid, thinks I'm stupid, or likes to gamble. Your dynasty has existed for so long, so I doubt such a foolish person can rise high enough to influence its power. No one will think I'm stupid, so that leaves the third option, he's a gambler. What's the meaning of this? Am I wrong? Wang Wei asked. Don't you people believe I'm desperate enough to accept such a stupid deal? He did not hide the sneer and disdain in his voice. My catastrophe, he continued. I may be on his list to deal with first, but who do you think he will eliminate next? It's people in limbo, like your emperor, who represent the final hope for heavenly Tao to fight back. You guys should be glad that I'm alive to bear the brunt of most of his focus. But once I'm gone, the blade will hang above your necks again. You don't want to help me in this catastrophe. Fine. Wait until he's no longer occupied and start cleaning you up. Dong Tian controlled his trembling hands. You should understand there is a difference between having our full cooperation and not. I don't care if you fully cooperate or not, Wang Wei continued. In fact, I know you will fully cooperate. Your dynasty holds the blessing of the human emperor position, and the world is in chaos. How could you not help? How many people have been waiting for an opportunity to take that position away from you? Wang Wei snickered. Go ahead, do it. Don't do anything. By now, I'm sure your emperor has fully digested the power of that position and may not need it, but there will still be some negative effects on the dynasty itself and on acquiring the other two without it. To say Dong Tian was gloomy is an understatement. This conversation destroyed his pride as a negotiator, and more importantly, this man seemed to know the dynasty's top secrets. If he did not know how strong Wang Wei was and his terrifying background, he would have returned home and suggested the dynasty spent all its power to eradicate him. I suddenly had a thought, Wang Wei continued. Can a world, or an era, have two human emperors simultaneously? What do you mean? Dong Tian asked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Once I save this world, with everything I've done, it's not too far-fetched to say Heavenly Tao will upgrade my human emperor position, right? So, what will happen then? Will it strip it from you and give it to me, or allow the existence of two emperors to exist simultaneously? Wang Wei smirked while Dong Tian panicked. There has been no precedent, so I don't know what will happen, but I look forward to that day. Maybe, by then, you'll have to pay me to retain your title. Dong Tian remained quiet, not knowing what to say. However, Wang Wei was done with him. All right, you've overstayed your welcome. Tell your people how I feel about selling my position. Unless your emperor can take something of equal value, don't even think of getting his hands on it. And don't forget that he's not the only buyer. I'm sure many people walking the sovereign path are interested, and some might want to get their hands on it just to block his transcendent path. I have no obligation to only sell it to him. These words shocked and scared Dong Tian, but that will not change anything. Wang Wei stood up and disappeared. Wait! Dong Tian yelled, but it was too late. Wang Wei was gone, leaving only his voice echoing in the surrounding void as a last warning. You should leave soon since I will be eradicating this dimension. Dong Tian did not think he was bluffing and quickly escaped. Of course, his haste was not only out of a desire to leave that dangerous place but also because he wanted to return home as soon as possible to recount what happened. Dong Tian was in such a hurry that he did not even notice Wang Wei secretly following. Well, even if he were in the correct mindset, it's doubtful whether he would notice. Wang Wei had no interest in Dong Tian's secrets, nor did he think he would find some hidden methods of the Qin dynasty. His only purpose was to prevent someone from framing him. He did not think Great Qin would go to war with him over the death of one ambassador, but it could turn their relationship from neutral to less friendly, and he did not want that, especially if it was not his choice. Luckily, he seemed to be overthinking. Dong Tian reached home without anyone interfering or trying to kill him. So, Wang Wei dispersed the projection following him. As for what Great Qin would do afterward, it was easy to guess. They'll first contact their emperors and tell them about the meeting, followed by listening to his words and trying to cover the demon-suppressing emperor's affairs, although it was too late. Finally, they will get more involved in this catastrophe to ensure they, at the very least, can retain their human emperor position. Wang Wei now had more time on his hand to train the mortal civilizations. The Black Phoenix War, as contemporary historians labeled the current war between the two parasites, continued. The two leaders had not clashed since the last time, but the confrontation between their subordinates led to chaos, leaving a significant area of the world in turmoil. Everyone knew that this clash was building for a climax, and if that clash had no result, everyone would once again start building momentum for the next climax. This process will repeat itself until there is a victor or a major change that either stops the war or shifts to something else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1375 Loneliness. Over 50 years have passed since the last battle between Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers. For mortals, 50 years equals 3 generations, but for cultivators, this time is not as long as most of their retreat. Typically, the cultivation world operates slowly due to all the immortals and how differently they perceive time. However, many things have changed in the Eternal Ascension world in the past 50 years. Many people now understand that the next Yuan epoch will reveal this world's fate, and the past 50 years have already shown signs of this. Wang Wei sat alone in his dimension, reading about reports. Most of them are about cultivators about to reach the end of their lifespan and becoming more extreme. Instead of focusing on cultivating his technique to a higher level, these people opted for the easy road, killing mortals. Of course, the result was their extermination and the endless torture of their souls. Over the years, many ancient lineages, including most of the Overlords, have become more active in this catastrophe. As such, Wang Wei had plenty of aid and support. These lineages knew what was at stake and wanted to protect themselves and their ancestors. I'm surprised, Wang Wei thought as he looked at one piece of information. The Great Qin dynasty's enthusiasm was not as high as I anticipated. According to reports, the Qin dynasty did help, but their attitude did not seem anxious or worried about the future. Are they doing the bare minimum to keep their titles? Wang Wei analyzed. That also means they know it's possible to have 2 human emperors, and Yingxing doesn't care about someone else getting it. Things are getting interesting. Wang Wei did not focus too much on the Qin dynasty since he will still have the advantage in whatever future negotiations they will have. Yingxing needed him, not the other way around. He then shifted his focus to something more important, supreme unity. He's been too quiet, Wang Wei complained. That could be a good sign that his ability to interfere has decreased, but I don't buy it. The last time the latter was so quiet, he showed up with one devastating move. Mithraea, I don't want to blame you, but you can't allow his next move to be as big as the last time, Wang Wei prayed. He did not like this feeling of entirely relying on someone else, of having no strength or ability to control his fate, but he had no choice in the current situation. Wang Wei dealt with all the things he needed to, so he started thinking about his next move. He toyed with the idea of being more active. He could draw supreme unity out if he made enough noise. But what big noise can I make? Wang Wei analyzed. Killing one of these parasites is enough, but such an act has pros and cons. Wang Wei knew Heavenly Tao was helping him share the pressure by allowing others to take on the burden of the parasites, so if Wang Wei started to show up and intervene again, the target on his back would increase. Why are these people taking so long? Wang Wei complained. He wished these people could be as swift as Sun Junyao. Wang Wei knew his complaint was unfair since even Sun Junyao spent countless years slowly planning out her actions. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He realized he was too stressed, and his thoughts became anxious. This is a lousy state to be doing anything. Time is not on my side, but there is no need to rush. The longer this peaceful state continues, the higher the chances the mortals have to grow and become independent. Wang Wei took out a jar of wine from his space to drink. His future wife took great care of him and left him many delicacies. Sadly, he had to suppress and seal the effects of his essence spirit flower to prevent lightning from descending from the heavens. It would be nice to have someone to drink with, Wang Wei thought, thinking about people he could drink with. His future wife is sealed, Li Jun and Yan Liling are still in the lower dimension, his parents have disappeared, and Wang Ju has reincarnated, leaving only a few people. I could drink with the ancestors, but there is still a wall of seniority between us, Wang Wei complained. His ancestor, the Sword Empress, was easy to talk to, but she could easily switch her identity and start abusing her seniority. So, Wang Wei reckoned he probably won't be comfortable talking to her until his strength is near her. The only friends I have are Wang Qi and probably Su Shi, Wang Wei thought. Wang Qi respects me too much, and we cannot even be considered friends. And there is still a barrier between Su Sh and Tu due to our different backgrounds. Is this what the ancients meant when they said that the path of cultivation is lonely? Wang Wei sighed as he continued drinking. Wealth, method, land, and companion, Wang Wei muttered to himself. All cultivators know these are the four fundamentals. You can plunder wealth or methods and even steal a blessing land of cultivation, but the companion part is different. Nothing is more valuable in this long journey than having people you can trust, people that can provide emotional support. Wang Wei enjoyed the taste of the wine, but he could not get drunk. It's not because the wine is not strong enough or does not have the capability, but more like he did not dare. His mental faculty is his greatest asset in these trying times, so he could not allow anything to affect it. Ultimately, he sighed and put the drink away. Since he could not even get a buzz, there was no point in drinking now. Just in time, Wang Wei muttered. He needed something to distract himself, and this communication talisman arrived at the right time. Wang Wei read before frowning. Someone had something important to report but wanted him to arrive personally to see it. After pondering briefly, he decided to show up. Wang Wei teleported to this vast world full of people, but they were all mortals. However, anyone who looks at these mortals can tell they are different from others. Everyone wore silk clothes, their qi and blood were abundant, and their eyes contained the light of wisdom. Additionally, everything around them, from their architecture, transportation, agriculture, etc., reeked of advancement and civilization. 50 years passed outside, but 350 years in this world, and they've already reached this level. Although they only relied on knowledge from the lower dimension, that was still quite a feat. I should praise Du Tsong, Wang Wei thought. Among the many leaders he chose, Du Tsong was indeed extraordinary, hence why he sent one of his people as a protector. Jia Ping, why did you contact me? Lord, you're here. Jia Ping teleported before Wang Wei's projection and saluted. You know the protocols, so get to the point, Wang Wei said. According to the current protocols for contacting his subordinate, conversation must be quick and direct, meaning wasting time in small chat was no longer allowed. I understand, Jia Ping replied. I have two things to report, one about this world's development, and the other is personal and can wait. Alright, lead the way. The two flew to a secret laboratory, and Wang Wei saw the young Du Kong mortals in the upper dimension have a lifespan between 500 and 1,000 years, so it was expected that Du Tsong still looked young. Sir, Du Tsong swiftly said before bowing deeply, shocking all the weapon refiners in this lab. They did not expect their influential and majestic leaders to bow to someone else. Jia Ping has done an excellent job at preserving Du Tsong's majesty and never allowed the latter to bow to him publicly, hence the reaction of these mortals. These people immediately became curious and looked at Wang Wei. They were more shocked. Their world worshipped one entity, the guardian deity, and this man looked exactly like him. You did a good job, Du Tsong, Wang Wei praised as he looked at him. Thank you. It's all thanks to your effort. I only lay down the foundation. All the current success is the hard work of you and your people, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to stop Du Tsong's flattery and continued, you should understand the future awaiting you. Your current peace is an illusion. Lord, don't worry, I know what is at stake, Du Tsong replied. He knew the future of their world and civilization was endless war. They could not hide in this place and wait until the catastrophe outside passed. Good, Wang Wei nodded. Although he sent Jia Ping to protect these people, it was also a way to monitor them. Wang Wei did not want the sweet taste of peace to corrode these people and have them abandon their mission. Now, show me what made you so excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1376 Progress. Du Tsong led the team, followed by Wang Wei next to him and Jia Ping behind. They stood before a black energy shield that seemed to hide what was inside. I didn't know you had a flair for the dramatic, Du Tsong, Wang Wei responded. This is such a monumental creation, so I couldn't help myself, Du Tsong chuckled. Lord, you didn't peek inside, did you? Get to the point, Du Tsong, I'm in a hurry, and no, I didn't peek, Wang Wei said. Alright, Du Tsong said as he motioned for someone to reveal what was inside. The black energy shield dissipated, and Wang Wei saw a black armor shining with magic lights. He could tell this was not ordinary armor but one similar to exoskeleton suits with its own power source. A power armor? Wang Wei asked. Power armor. That's an interesting way to call it, Du Tsong commented. We call it the rune mechanical armor, but that is not why we call you here. Lord, haven't you detected the level of this armor? A tier 5 armor. Wang Wei asked with shining light. You've broken the restrictions on your civilization. That's right, Du Tsong nodded. About 50 years ago, someone accidentally built a tier 5 power source that broke the limit of our records. After contacting Lord Jia Ping, we deduced that there might be hope for us to break our limit and tried. This is the result. Good, Wang Wei repeated. Have you tested it out in battle? Of course. Du Tsong ordered his people, and a well-built woman walked to the armor and put it on. Then, Jia Ping waved his hand to summon a prisoner with cultivation on par with the divine body realm. The prisoner was promised freedom if he won this battle, so the latter fought for his life. The final result was a tie, which was understandable, given that this armor was the first generation. Not bad, Wang Wei once again praised. Can you manufacture these armors in large quantities? We are currently in the process of reducing the difficulty of the manufacturing process, Du Tsong said. Another advantage the upper dimension mortals have over their counterparts is their vast number. As such, even if only a small number of their population can condense their spiritual power and use the power of runes, there are still a large number of them. Due to this large population, Du Tsong was confident of increasing the refining speed of these armors. However, we can only build a large number of them with the help of cultivators. Du Tsong suggested that we capture more cultivators and control them before forcing them into factories to build these weapons, Jia Ping added. That's not a bad suggestion, but there are some risks. We can be extra careful on how to select these prisoners, Du Tsong added, trying to persuade him. I have a better way, Wang Wei said. You can refine these cultivators' souls into a spiritual power energy source. Your civilization should accelerate its speed of improvement with an endless source of spiritual power. Du Tsong's eyes lit up. Spiritual power was the key to their civilization. It's why mortals can use runes and control the energies in ores, the environment, and other things. So, it's obvious how such an artifact would drastically benefit them. Your idea is excellent, Lord, but I don't think we have the technology to refine something like that. I'll have my people refine it for you, and you can study it and try to reverse engineer it, Wang Wei explained. The spiritual powers of mortals and cultivators differ, so this artifact will require specialized attunement to ensure they can use it. Thank you, Lord, your glory has blessed us again. Wang Wei did not pay attention to this level of flattery, have you already started thinking about Tier 6 armor? Maybe even Tier 7? I have already shared the design with the other leaders and bases, Du Tsong said. Wang Wei did not want these leaders in different mortal civilization bases to be isolated, so he encouraged them to use the Void Illusion realm to share knowledge and advances. After discussing with the others, we already have a prototype blueprint of a Tier 6 armor, but we are clueless about the next tier, Du Tsong replied. You're stuck at the power of law, right? That's right. I don't think this is a power that mortals can control. Wang Wei did not believe these words. He knew that even technology civilizations could evolve to the point of controlling the power of law. The Rune civilization is a combination of technology and cultivation, and the fact that they can build a Tier 5 armor proves that someone was blocking their path upward, but now, this limitation has been removed. Under normal circumstances, that would be true, Wang Wei replied. With access to cultivators' souls, you can meet the requirement to access and even control laws. You don't need to worry about the effect of laws on your bodies, so that removes another obstacle, leaving only the influence of laws on the mind. Not everyone can control the power of law. Cultivators must have a good enough mental state to prevent themselves from being assimilated by its power. Most mortals cannot reach this level, but it's not impossible. You need to start developing methods to train willpower and the mental state, Wang Wei suggested. Unlike the mortals on Earth, these people have a long lifespan, meaning their state of mind can still reach the level of controlling laws. Will that work? Du Tsong asked, his eyes shining with hope and desire. It should. Plus, it'll leave my people preaching to you about the law. That should accelerate things. Great, Du Tsong said with a smile that showed all his teeth. Lord, have you forgotten the lock? Jia Ping suddenly said. It's possible that the act of mortals understanding the law is interpreted as cultivating or increasing strength, thus activating its effect. Du Tsong's smile was gone, and he swiftly said, Aren't you exaggerating a little? We have acquired a great deal of knowledge and increased our strength, but nothing has happened to us. That's probably because Heavenly Tao has been protecting you, Jia Ping responded. However, once your civilization reaches the level of law, this will be another matter. Whether you wish or not, his gaze will be directed at you. Du Tsong was quiet, not hiding his unwillingness in his facial expression. We don't know that for sure. Do you want to take the risk? Jia Ping is right, Wang Wei finally spoke. We cannot take the risk. So, this is it. Our limit will always be Tier 6. Wang Wei glanced at him. Du Tsong was obviously an ambitious man. Rather, he wanted his people to have the power to control their destiny. In the latter's mind, he probably wants his mortal civilization to be on par with cultivators. Wang Wei would not burst his bubble. According to his analysis, the minimum limit for mortals is Tier 9. Once they start to acquire the power of Tier 10 or above, even if it's the weakest, immortal path, no one will allow it. All cultivators who previously supported them will stop. By then, Grand Tao will also interfere. Although mortal civilization involves the power of cultivators, many of his cores originated from Earth's science and technology, and Grand Tao will not allow its further expansion. Not necessarily. Lord, you have a way. Du Tsong asked. Artificial intelligence, Wang Wei thought, but he did not say these words out loud. Simple, you construct a soul powerful enough to control laws. The next step is to strip it of its emotions and change its memory capabilities into the ability to store knowledge or data. The third step is to modify its intelligence. Use runes that involve spirit, wisdom, and calculation to allow that soul to process a large amount of information and accomplish tasks beyond the norms. Once that is accomplished, you can leave the task of wielding the law to that soul. This method is feasible, Jia Ping commented. In the current world situation, building powerful weapons is allowed, and this soul falls under that category. Yes, it's definitely feasible, Du Tsong said, almost yelling. Hold your excitement and think about the downside of this approach, Wang Wei said, his words acting as if he had dunked a bucket of cold water on Du Tsong's head. This soul, or this life form, will be vastly more powerful than everyone in your civilization, and it will be the core of your development, Wang Wei explained. Can you imagine how catastrophic it will be if something goes wrong with it? It's easy for such a soul constantly involved in the power of law to regain its normal intelligence and emotion, Jia Ping analyzed. He could think of many ways for these mortals to restrict that soul, but Jia Ping knew they were only stopgap measures. The crux of the issue is that these mortals control power beyond their limits. As long as this fact holds true, there will always be the danger of that soul going out of control. I understand this, but what choices do we have? Du Tsong said in a low voice. Alright, no need to start feeling sorry for yourself about something that hasn't happened yet, Wang Wei said. Focus on pushing your people to Tier 6 before thinking about the power of law. I understand, Lord, Du Tsong nodded. He agreed with these words, but that also did not stop him from starting to prepare for the future. While Wang Wei and Jia Ping left to talk privately, Du Tsong entered the void illusion realm to prepare for the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1377 Luck Manifestation. What do you want to talk to me about? Wang Wei asked directly. Jia Ping pondered how to explain his situation and realized it was better to be direct. I need blood, to be precise, paragon blood. Is it just blood? That's not an issue, Wang Wei replied. But can I ask what you need it for? No, I need to get myself. Wang Wei looked at him. Is this about Monk? Do you feel pressure and want to prove yourself? There is no need for that. Monk is more an ally than a subordinate, so once he returns to his clan, you will be my right-hand man. There is no need to compete with him. No, well, I do feel pressure with Monk's strength, but this has nothing to do with why I want the blood. So, this is about your double pupil, Wang Wei realized. That's right. The process for the third awakening requires me to fight a paragon for at least 10 minutes and draw its blood. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He was not as stupid or frivolous as when he had just ascended. He knew how powerful even the weakest paragons were, so he was not confident in Jia Ping's objective. Do you have to awaken it now? Can't you wait until you've become a paragon? I can, but the requirements will be more severe, and the potential of my eyes won't be as good as if I did it now. I see. Wang Wei remembered reading how the process of awakening these physiques was similar to a test or trial from Heavenly Tao, so it made sense why Jia Ping's test was as such. I think I can find a way, but you'll have to wait, Wang Wei replied. Additionally, you'll need more training. The last thing he wanted was for Jia Ping to die because he knew nothing about Chronos spirits while fighting another paragon. They'll set up a training program for you in the Void Illusion realm. We'll talk again once you meet the requirements. Wouldn't that take too long? Are you underestimating paragons? Wang Wei rebutted. Didn't you see that Monk suffered a loss despite having the strength of a paragon? I will increase your strength artificially, meaning you can't afford to make any mistakes. Understand? Excuse me, Lord, it seems I'm not in the right mindset. It's fine, Wang Wei said. It should be ready in a few hours. Wang Wei disappeared while Jia Ping returned to his work. Wang Wei's genuine body had a pondering expression as he gazed in the distance. The Chi-Luck dragon of the mortal civilization should have already been condensed, but I can't detect it in any way. It seems Heavenly Tao took them seriously. This was good news for Wang Wei, as this was further proof that Heavenly Tao had regained much more strength in this fight. The destruction of the lock might be a turning point in this whole thing. No, this is not just condensation, but manifestation and prosperity, Wang Wei continued to observe and analyze. The fact that Du Zong's group successfully escapes the shackles of their civilization is proof of mortals' luck manifesting in the form of advancement and prosperity. Let's check on the others to see, Wang Wei muttered. His first visit was to the puppet demon. As expected, this group was influenced by him and started developing puppetry. The mortals in that world have applied Wang Wei's method to mass-produce puppets to create enormous legions. Furthermore, they have also built a Tier 5 puppet prototype, but theirs is still not fully functional. The group under the poison demon was even more exaggerated. Their focus has been on rune herbology, and they have developed countless medicines and poisons. Their two most significant achievements were a medicine that increased the upper limit of a mortal's lifespan by another 300 years and a Tier 6 poison. Wang Wei was surprised by this discovery and wondered why no one reported this to him, and he had an answer. These people accidentally created that Tier 6 poison, and all other efforts to recreate it have failed. They've recently managed to refine a lesser version, which is Tier 5, and wanted to wait until they had cracked the formula before telling him. Wang Wei was skeptical and thought the poison demoness was secretly responsible for this accident. He had specifically ordered his people to be allowed to share their knowledge with their groups, but no direct interference was permitted. However, after checking, he discovered it was indeed an accident. Of course, to someone on his level, this accident was nothing but the manifestation of this civilization's luck and destiny. The next group Wang Wei checked on was the one supervised by the Curse Master. The latter did influence that civilization, but not by allowing these mortals to make groundbreaking advancements in Curse Dao. Curse Dao was a unique law involving cause and effect, meaning it was one of the side door Daos associated with fate. The entry requirement for this Dao is very high, meaning that mortal civilization couldn't have high enough accomplishments in just over 350 years. However, that did not deter them from making progress. These mortals had a different approach. Since they could not curse people, they would develop ways to protect themselves from curses. The curse demon provided enough knowledge, and they built from there. Wang Wei was satisfied with this group's approach. Cultivators have many strange methods of killing, and he was confident that the mortals had the most basic defense. So, after encouraging them, he left for the next stop. The Bloodline Gang Lords group studied how to control and use demons and other races for battles. However, their results were subpar compared to the others, and after finding out it was because that bastard was not doing his job well regarding sharing his knowledge, Wang Wei beat him up and told him he would die the next time he came, and there was so little progress. Ever since the Grand Mist Gang Lord died, this bastard has lost his edge, Wang Wei sneered. If he had not been short on people right now, he would have killed that bastard for wasting his time. Alright, there is no point in getting upset. Let's check the last stop. Lord, has the news already spread? The flesh demon asked. What news? Isn't that why you're here? It seems something good has happened, Wang Wei commented. Show me. Wang Wei followed him to a lab and met the leader's son Long Wei. Sir, I present our greatest achievement, the Life Core Rune. Once implanted in our people, we can expand our lifespan to as high as 5,000 years, and this is just the first generation. We project that the lifespan limit can reach as high as 10,000 years. 13,690 years, that should be the absolute limit of mortal lifespan, Wang Wei commented. However, you have failed to see the true purpose of your discovery. True purpose? Son Long Wei asked. Cultivators can use it. Why would we want them to use our things? A radical. Wang Wei thought as he looked at them. Don't you remember why they are hunting you down in the first place? Limited lifespan, Son Long Wei muttered before looking at the projection showing the first-generation Life Core Rune. This was not a coincidence, was it? You're smart, Wang Wei replied calmly. My methods of extending their lifespan failed miserably due to outside influence. However, this method should have a higher chance of success, and someone just used you to disseminate this method. Heavenly Tao, Son Long Wei muttered. He looked at this thing, lost in thought for at least half a minute. So, what now? Continue your research and complete this thing as soon as possible. I'll order the other groups to provide you with more assistance and resources to ensure this project's completion, Wang Wei responded. Since this is vital, can't you take over the research to ensure it's done as quickly as possible? Sun Longwei said. His words showed his caring nature, but Wang Wei could tell he simply did not partake in this project that would benefit the people he so deeply despised and even hated. Do you think things are as simple as they appeared? Wang Wei sighed. This project represents your civilization's contribution to the world. Once you finish and it's publicized, Heavenly Tao can offer you more luck and destiny and better protect you from extinction. In other words, it's imperative you finish the work yourself. Understand? Don't let your emotions affect your people. Remember what I said when I trained you, you are a leader before everything else. I understand, Sun Longwei said. Wang Wei tapped his shoulder before walking out with the flesh demon. You did an excellent job. I didn't do anything. I doubt they would be able to have today's achievement without your knowledge about the flesh. I'm just a pawn. Not everyone is worthy to be a pawn, Wang Wei commented. Do you want any particular rewards? I want the 12 Revolution Fiend God body. Ever since the boss forced him to become a proper body refiner, the flesh demon has been lusting after that technique since he heard about it. Ambitious, aren't we? Wang Wei chuckled. Unfortunately, that technique is considered a semi-clan technique. However, although I can't give you my version, I can give you the original along with some tier 11 Fiend God blood. Deal, Flesh Demon agreed. You can find Wang Qi for your reward, Wang Wei said before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1378 Suspicious Information. Wang Wei's next destination was the mortal groups under Buddhism, the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Sage Lin Qi, and many other lineages. Wang Wei did not have enough manpower, so he had to use these people as aid. As expected, the model of development was similar to his. With protectors providing knowledge in specific fields, these groups tend to develop in that area. For example, the group under Buddhism has made significant progress in the field of spiritual power and even has some accomplishments regarding incense. Wang Wei did not hesitate to put them in charge of the creation of the law soul that he mentioned to Du Kong. The group under the Flame Blacksmith and another weapon refiner from Sage Lin Qi focused on material development. The new Tier 5 energy source and Tier 5 armor from Du Tsong's group were made possible due to the research from those two, and Wang Wei knew he would have to rely on them to develop the technology on how to use materials that could hold the power of laws. Everything is going well, Wang Wei analyzed. Now, we only need time to develop. If the mortals can develop to be on par with quasi-emperors, this catastrophe will be handled without much issue. However, will things be so smooth? Wang Wei knew it would not. Wang Wei shifted his entire focus to the war. Everyone was waiting for the climax, and so was he. However, a few weeks later, Wang Wei received an alarming message. It's from her. And she wants to see me. Is this a trap? Wang Wei was in a dilemma. The message indicated it was something important, but the circumstances were more than suspicious. Let's see her, but I need more protection. Wang Wei first contacted Feng Hang and visited him at the 10,000 Buddha Haven. The sight was truly remarkable. He found himself in this endless dimension surrounded by this white mist that stretched as far as the starry skies. Countless golden Buddhas with their palms extended, and people lived on top. Subtle chants of scripture echoed in the background. It was hard to hear without focus, but its effect on soothing the mind remains eternal. Donor, what do you think? Feng Heng asked. It deserves its name, Wang Wei praised. If I remember correctly, only Buddhist emperors can have the title of Buddha and leave a golden body here, correct? The donor is both correct and right, Feng Heng replied before pointing in the distance. Notice the difference. There are no monks living on that golden lotus palm. Any monk who proves the Tao will have the title of Buddha, but that is the lowest level in our sect, Feng Heng explained. True or enlightened Buddhas are people who have a deep enough understanding of the Dharma, have created their own schools or contributed enough merit. The monks living in their palms are proof that they have the wisdom to teach or enlighten others. It seems Buddhism hasn't lost its roots, Wang Wei commented. Proving the Tao is proof that someone has high fighting prowess, not that they are enlightened or have achieved a high state like nirvana. Wang Wei was glad that Buddhism still recognized this truth. Indeed, Feng Heng nodded. Donor, your status as honorary Buddha is enough to leave your mark here. Is that so? In that case, I'm welcome, Wang Wei said. What do I do? Manifest your title's power and your understanding of Buddhism, and this world will do the rest. Very well. Wang Wei's body suddenly released a golden light, and an unknown power from this dimension descended and took the light to condense it into a towering golden body with mist surrounding it. It's indeed different from the others, Wang Wei commented as he compared his body to the ones from the enlightened Buddhas. There is no Tao, or should I say, Dharma rhyme, that can help monks. Your body is better than most honorary members I've seen, Feng Heng commented. Donor, have you spent some time studying Buddhism? You can say that, Wang Wei agreed. He still planned to acquire his future self's ability to change the world by naturally helping him solve his problems. However, after discussing the plan with his future wife, they found a better approach than using Buddhism and other religions, domains. Wu Hong and even his father Wang Tian's application of their passive domains was a better approach to this plan. Of course, Wang Wei will not abandon studying religion and its powers, but it will not be his main focus. Donor, please follow me. The two flew away and soon arrived at a new golden body. It was a woman with an aura of peace and tranquility. The moment Wang Wei laid eyes on her, he had a feeling that this was the closest he could come to the realm of nirvana, sought after by all monks. I'm guessing this is not your body, Wang Wei jokes. The master told me to move in here. Master. So, it's official. As fate would have it, yes, Feng Heng nodded. I reckon this is the holy place of Buddhism, Wang Wei stated as he followed Feng Heng toward that golden palm. Is it all right to bring me here? Donor is a guest worthy of the highest reception, Feng Heng said calmly. In that case, I'm flattered. They soon reached a destination, a cave inside a mountain with minimal appliances. The entire locale screamed recluse or hermit, but Wang Wei did not mind. Donor, what is the purpose of your visit? Feng Heng asked after serving tea. I came for protection, Wang Wei said. He did not believe supreme unity could kill him while his true body was here. Wang Wei's projection arrived at the destination, a desolate dimension. He found no signs of his target, Xin Biu. He checked the surroundings and detected no ambush. So, with the utmost caution, Wang Wei entered to find a talisman floating at the center. He quadruple-checked before receiving the information, and his pupil immediately shrunk. The information he received was straightforward. 7 Cauldron was Supreme Unity's direct bloodline. In other words, she was his daughter. He had her long ago but never claimed or revealed it to the world. How did she get such news? The talisman revealed that information. 7 Cauldron has 7 commanders, all Empyreans with the highest fighting abilities. The most powerful one, who boldly called himself the Prime Cauldron, was enamored with Xin Biu, and he revealed the fact he was not only 7 Cauldron's direct son but also the grandson of one of the 2 sons. This is too much to analyze now. Let's leave first, Wang Wei thought before dissipating. 10,000 Buddha Haven, Wang Wei opened his eyes and frowned. The information revealed was shocking. Supreme Unity was a mystery. According to his analysis after talking to Maitreya and others, Supreme Unity was always highly low-key, with his influence being the weakest in Taoism despite his talent and strength. He may also have created this persona, and his real personality is unknown. It would not be easy for someone of his strength to have such a low presence that no one knew whether he secretly had children or not, Wang Wei thought. However, none of that matters. The genuine issue is whether this information is reliable. No, there is no way it is. How could Jin Biu find such information about Supreme Unity if he could hide it for so long? In that case, he's the one who released the information. But for what? He can't possibly think he'll use or act on it, but if he knows this, what's his purpose in releasing it? Wang Wei frowned as he pondered. I'm operating on the basis that this information is true, but is it? Seven Cauldron is his vessel, so that could explain why he chose her. However, vessels don't have to be blood-related, unless blood relationships allow him to use more power. However, the fights with Maitreya showed their vessels were similar in strength, unless Supreme Unity was hiding for a trump card. But if that's true, why reveal this information to me? Damn it, there are too many possibilities and variables. Wang Wei felt like ripping his hair. Instead, he opted to walk back and forth to help stimulate his mind. He analyzed and thought of all the possibilities but never could find an explanation with high enough probabilities. No, I overlooked something, Wang Wei thought. What if he released this news as a distraction? He knew how I would analyze everything and waste my time figuring out what he was doing. In the meantime, he can focus on something else. But what? He muttered. Where is his next move coming from? The war. The other parasites. Or maybe an extreme approach by directly attacking Buddhism. Wang Wei suddenly paused. I came to this place, so did he lure me here to ensure he could kill me directly during the attack? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1379 Terrible Lost. As soon as Wang Wei had that thought, he wanted to do something, but it was too late. His surroundings changed, and 4 monks appeared around him. Before he could react, they enacted a barrier. Boom! Wang Wei's attack hit the barrier, but it did nothing. He was about to try again when his intuition went on overdrive, so he looked upward. A towering palm with the power of yin-yang rapidly descended on him, and Wang Wei's mind had only one thought that rapidly consumed his mind: death. Wang Wei wanted to resist, but it was useless. The spiritual hint in that palm completely overwhelmed his mind, making him unable to think, let alone move. As things appeared, it appeared this would be the end for him, but fate seemed to be on his side. The palm reminded him of this pagoda trial when he faced the wrath of heaven. He seemed to remember the anger and unwillingness he felt during that trial and quickly used it as a source of power. Wang Wei summoned his willpower to do 2 things. He bit the tip of his tongue and activated his talent, using the unimaginable pain to shock his system and regain clarity over his mind and body. The pain was so intense that it could have killed even someone of Wang Wei's willpower, but it was exactly what he needed in this moment of life and death. His body then acted almost on autopilot as he activated all his life-saving methods: yin-yang protection, freedom from life and death, luck survival, destiny guidance, time remnant substitute, and his unifying technique, fate manipulation, death escape. However, despite all these methods, the sense of danger he felt did not decrease immediately. In other words, that attack had reached beyond his current paragon strength. Is this how things end? Wang Wei thought. No, I have a bright future ahead of me. Am the man destined to reach the pinnacle of the universe and even transcend. How can I die here? My future self will definitely save me. His eyes sparked with brilliance before his death, and his intuition increased even more. No, I can't rely on something as fleeting as my future self, Wang Wei said. He pushed his soul and mind to the limit, doing trillions of calculations in less than nanoseconds, trying to find a way to survive. Then, it was as if the god of wisdom had whispered into his ears. Wang Wei activated his Karma Dao and directly connected to Feng Heng. However, his attempts failed, so he changed the target to Emperor Kong. It's time to repay your karma, Wang Wei thought, and through the link, he borrowed something crucial from the latter, his golden body of merit. Wang Wei then fused it with his own, thus temporarily achieving a third-level golden body of merit. As he looked at the enormous golden body standing above him for protection, Wang Wei felt reassured until his mind told him another bad news: chances of survival, 15%. What? Only 15%. Wang Wei wanted to cry, but he had long abandoned such useless emotion in this moment of life and death. He wanted to use his luck Dao to increase this probability, but it was futile. He had used all his trump cards. Is this really the end? Do I have to rely on chance to survive? Wang Wei was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. That palm was descending at a speed he could barely react. The fact he could raise his success rate to 15% in such a short window was a miracle in itself. The palm crashed down, and the world went quiet. The people watching outside the barrier waited for the result, and once everything became clearer, a pale Wang Wei stood before everyone. He coughed a large mouthful of blood and looked at a golden crown floating above his head. He did not survive on his own merit. At the last minute, this crown, representing his status as the Three-Realm Emperor, manifested and protected him. However, Wang Wei knew the power of this crown did not originate from him but from heavenly Dao, which intervened to save him. You saved me, but at what cost? How much power did we just take back that you lost in the process? Wang Wei thought as blood oozed out from his ears and noise. Although he was saved, he was not happy in the slightest. Forget how he had just lost control of his life, of his destiny. He knew how terrible the consequences of heavenly Dao's interference were. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world spinning, and he could not stand still. His aura was dropping at an alarming rate, so he swiftly sat cross-legged in the group and closed his eyes. Unity, your hands have reached too far. A soft voice echoed between heaven and earth. Although it sounded calm, anyone with some discernment could feel the anger and wrath hidden. That little cockroach is really not easy to kill, a cold voice replied. Feng Heng, no, Mithraea, looked at Seven Cauldron/Supreme Unity coldly. Although she had the highest state of mind in Buddhism, even that wasn't enough to keep her calm. However, her attention soon shifted to the power surrounding him, incense, so that's how he did it. The 10,000 Buddha Haven was Mithraea's home court, meaning she should have the overwhelming advantage. Supreme Unity should not even dare take one step into this place, but he not only did but successfully assassinated one of their honored guests. How did he do it? The answer is simple: incense. After what happened to her, Mithraea outlawed the use of incense by all Buddhist practitioners. She even modified the rules of the 10,000 Buddha Haven to detect and ban that power as soon as it was detected. However, Mithraea was also a little extreme when she changed the rules. The 10,000 Buddha Haven is both a world and a powerful artifact. When Mithraea changed the rules, she programmed the artifact spirit to be extremely strict. She always programmed it to make removing incense its main priority. Supreme Unity used this fact to his advantage. He filled the place with so much incense that the artifact spirit was busy dealing with it, meaning Mithraea could not use it or borrow the power from the haven. If Mithraea was at its peak, this plan could not work since she could have forcefully regained power from the spirit with one thought, but she was now only a vessel with limited powers and powers. Why is it always Taoism? Mithraea complained, feeling an emotion she hadn't in a long time: resentment. All her greatest suffering and setbacks are always from Taoism. Am I destined to always lose to them? Supreme Unity's plan looked simple, but it was far from it. Forget how he knew about the rules of the 10,000 Buddha Haven, how did he secretly transfer such a vast quantity of incense into this place without detection? The answer to that question is also simple and obvious: the honorary members. Throughout history, Buddhism has always accepted honorary Buddhas as a form of diplomacy to make friends and allies. This practice did not stop even during the 2 Suns 7 Moons era. Supreme Unity had people he secretly controlled infiltrate this place using these honorary members. When the time was right, he used them as a medium to infiltrate and invade with a large quantity of incense. Mithreya regained her bearings. She did not utter another word and went on the offensive. She wanted nothing but to eradicate this man as soon as possible. However, Supreme Unity did not want to fight directly, so he evaded her while pumping more incense into this place. However, this time, his target was not just the artifact spirit but all the surviving monks. He wanted to use the incense to corrupt them. Mithreya immediately realized his purpose, so she changed her tactic. Time was on her side. She knew the artifact spirit would clean up the incense, and it would do it faster than her opponent could bring more in. By then, Supreme Unity will be nothing but a sitting duck. So, she focused on damage control. Sadly for her, she also misunderstood Supreme Unity's objective. The scheming Taoist priest suddenly changed tactics. He teleported before Mithreya and embarrassed her before she could react. Boom! Supreme Unity blew himself up, killing 7 Cauldron and Feng in the process. The power of this explosion was truly potent, containing a hint of his power. Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed another danger. However, before he had to do anything, a golden light came from somewhere and blocked this explosion. He squinted as he saw a young man floating in the sky, his body releasing a holy light and a terrifying coldness. Monk Wuji. Is he also a vessel? No, he should be the new one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1380 Major Chess Moves. Mithreya calmly examined the chaos around her. She exhaled before spreading her message to all monks worldwide. All monks must report to the haven in one form or another. Another great Buddhism-Taoism war is about to start. As soon as she uttered these words, the world experienced a slight tremor, eventually leading to a cataclysmic earthquake. She then flew to Wang Wei's side and frowned. What happened to Feng? Wang Wei asked. I can feel he is gone even though his karmic threads to me and my memories of him are still intact. He is dead, true death, but only in a manner of speaking, Mithreya replied. Existence hierarchy, Wang Wei muttered. Half-step detachment is so high on the hierarchy that after Supreme Unity killed Feng, it did not matter whether he had countless avatars, his secret vaults still existed, or everyone still remembers him. He just died like that. Don't worry, he'll be fine as long as I'm alive, Mithreya reassured. But what if something happens to you? Mithreya was momentarily silent. I'll revive him when the time is right. When will that be? He was my vessel, meaning my power ran deep into his body, even his existence. If I don't take time and effort in the revival process, his future transcendence path will be cut off. So, that's why I can feel 7 Cauldrons Carmeline. He doesn't care about her future, so he can instantly revive her. But you do, meaning you've lost probably the best vessel. Wang Wei chuckled to himself, but his laughter was self-deprecating. In just one move, he reduces me to this state, forces Heavenly Tao to use one of its trump cards, regain more powers in their confrontation, kill your disciple and perfect vessel, and starts the Buddhist-Taoist war, which will further turn the world into chaos and kill more people. And all he sacrificed were a few pawns and maybe one of 7 Cauldrons' longevity resources. What a brilliant move. The war cannot stop, Mithreya stated. It is the only way to distract his vessel and all his manpower. The rest is up to you. What can I do in my state? Wang Wei said. He was, in fact, dying. The blow destroyed him enough that he was about to lose his body and soul and enter limbo. His best solution is to seal himself, but that would not change the fact that he was out of the game. And that's not mentioning whether a seal would work or that he had little time to find an effective solution. I can save you, but I'll need one of your avatars, Mithraea added. I've already killed all the ones in the upper dimension, Wang Wei said. I could make a new one, but that would be pointless since he would only be immortal, unless you have a way for me to cultivate. I can't do that, Mithraea shook her head. Supreme Unity was careful about the lock. Although vessels can use powers slightly beyond primal paragons, it was not enough to destroy the lock, let alone forcefully alter the rules he had created. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders after hearing her answer, and Mithraea's frown deepened. I know you're disappointed with my failure, but this is not the time to have this defeatist outlook. Defeatist outlook, huh? Why don't you tell me what kind of outlook I should have? Wang Wei snapped. You were supposed to be my most reliable teammates, but you couldn't even protect me in your territory. So, forgive me if I don't look too favorably on our situation. No need to mince your words, Mithraea said calmly. Say what you have to say before we can move on. Wang Wei looked at her with gritted teeth but then chose to close his eyes to regain his composure. He ignored his body's constant and rapid weakening and focused on controlling his emotions. What plan do you have? That's more like it, Mithraea said. You should have an Emperor avatar in the lower dimension. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. He had a peak Emperor avatar to replace himself in case something went wrong after his ascension. That avatar is also the last safety net of the Tao opening sect. It'll contact Heavenly Tao to allow you to contact it and force it to ascend. Wang Wei was not excited about this plan but looked at her seriously. Do you know what is at stake? The lower dimension and the people in limbo are the last fighting chances. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong. Your words are not very trustworthy currently, are they? That's why this war must happen, Mithraea continued. I have reduced the effort I put into searching for whatever threats I sensed from the river of time. I will now focus all my time on dealing with Supreme Unity, so you don't have to worry. Fine, I'll trust you once again, Wang Wei agreed reluctantly. Good. Let's get started. Now. There is no better time than the present. She floated in the sky, and with a thought, the river of time manifested between heaven and earth. All sentient and non-sentient beings in the eternal ascension world saw it and heard Mithraea's following words, stop. It was quick, almost instant. All matter, energy, space-time, and even concepts became still. Time has stopped working. Everyone stopped moving, but only 999% of people were unaware. The paragons, battle taboo achievers, and a few truly powerful Empyreans still had their perception despite their bodies and souls stopping, and they were shocked by this display of power. These people knew the two suns were mighty, but there had been few opportunities for them to know by how much. Today, they glimpsed at their powers. Get to work, Mithraea said to Wang Wei before her eyes focused on the newly revived Seven Cauldron. With a thought, Mithraea killed the latter before repeating the process 6 more times. However, on the 7th time, a black and white shield surrounded her and protected her life. Mithraea glanced at him briefly before shifting her gaze to someone else, Time Eater. She did not waste time before killing him 3 times, but another black and white shield protected him as well. She frowned but did not focus on this for too long. She raised her head to glance at the lock. Mithraea observed briefly before deciding not to touch this thing. Destiny was not on her side, and she knew Supreme Unity was prepared for her intervention as this was not the first time she had tried to destroy it. Mithraea's gaze then shifted to somewhere else, the people in limbo. She immediately blessed them, granting them protection similar to Wang Wei's heaven-deceiving array. She knew what these people needed the most was to move undetected under Supreme Unity's eyes. She also wanted to prevent him from secretly hunting and killing them. Mithraea was about to move one when time started to move forward again. She sighed, thinking, longer than I anticipated but still not enough. She looked at Wang Wei, who now had an avatar next to him. She pointed at the original body, and it turned into motes of lights that fused with the avatar. Wang Wei clenched his fists, followed by a basic boxing routine to get acquainted with his new body. I am so weak. His current cultivation was 69% Grand Dao source, and with his taboo battle realm, he can fight peak Empyreans. However, that was the limit of his power. His former Paragon tier battle prowess was gone. You will have to do with this for now, Mithraea said. She had plenty of trust in him to find a solution now that he was not dying and had plenty of time to strategize. Mithraea suddenly remembered something and swiftly condensed a golden glow in her palm, granting the same hiding blessing to Wang Wei. This should help you better hide and plan from the shadow. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. Here, Mithraea said as she handed him a talisman. What's this? The key to our victory, Mithraea said. The lock is the key, and as long as you can destroy it, the backlash he will suffer is enough for Heavenly Tao to regain most of the control and me to injure his real body severely. Can this thing destroy the lock? But that's just an information talisman. It contained my understanding and analysis of the lock, Mithraea stated. In the end, I still must do all the heavy lifting, Wang Wei complained. That's what it means to bear the burden of destiny. My destiny was the moon's, not him. It was always a package, Mithraea replied. You just never noticed it. In other words, I was duped, Wang Wei said with twitching lips. Mithraea shrugged. All right, I'm sure you want to leave, but I have a war to plan for. You can see yourself out. She disappeared, leaving Wang Wei alone. He looked in the distance and sighed. The lesson here is I should not rely too much on others, but is that truly a good lesson? Wang Wei teleported away, not knowing the answer to his question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1381 Tao Overlord's Mind, AA. I made a mistake. Prime Cauldron was changed for First Son in Chapter 1378, Suspicious Information. For a reminder, First Son was first introduced in Chapter 1212, Recruiting. Prime Cauldron is still a character. Read the chapter to understand. Red Mist Forbidden Land, Heavenly Book sensed something and opened his eyes, immediately checking the content of his book. There were more writings, but most of them were events that had already occurred, meaning he could not benefit from them. Something is wrong, he first thought. He mulled over every detail of information available, trying to get a bigger picture of the situation. His growth has accelerated, Heavenly Book summarized. This was even more apparent when he compared the information he acquired about Grand Dao's son. The challenges he faced drastically increased, forcing his growth to accelerate at an alarming rate. Moreover, the information I can receive has drastically decreased or become less useful. His eyes shone brightly. It seems his future self has made a move. He has intercepted the information Grand Dao can provide me while accelerating his younger self's growth. Is he already preparing to deal with me? Heavenly Book remained calm despite the unexpected events. However, as a Dao Overlord, anticipating the plans that would go wrong and knowing how to adjust them accordingly are basic skills. His main concern is how to proceed next. It's now completely impossible for me to interfere in the Eternal Ascension world in any shape or form, Heavenly Book analyzed. He, along with all the people with eyes on the Eternal Ascension world, knew of the current blockade. Should I accelerate my plans? Heavenly Book had made a great stride in tracking down the origin of Buddhism to exchange with Madman Chu for a way to split existence, to finish his deal with Supreme Unity. This is not feasible, Heavenly Book realized, shaking his head with some frustration. He was already in cahoots with Grand Dao, but the way that thing operates is so rigid. The origin of Buddhism is what people could refer to as a sub-taboo, meaning such a level of secrets is not directly outlawed by Grand Tao, but anyone who tries to find the truth will also be hindered by it. As such, Heavenly Book was having some trouble finishing his task. So, is this it? There is nothing I can do. Heavenly Book frowned. Although he was convinced of his strength and would not take Wang Wei too seriously even if he became a peak paragon, he also did not want to let him grow peacefully. I could have another transcendent interfere in the affairs of the eternal ascension world, Heavenly Book thought. Such a powerhouse is enough to change the current state of affairs and provide an opportunity for me to interfere, maybe even have an opportunity to kill him directly. Heavenly Tao's eyes shone brilliantly. Most people would roll their eyes at his thought, but he already had a feasible plan. He knew of a second generation with a transcendent father who doted heavily on him. It was easy for Heavenly Tao to lure that bastard to the eternal ascension world and ensure an accident occurred, forcing his father to intervene in the conflict. This plan is feasible, but what are the cons? Heavenly Book analyzed calmly. A high risk of overthrowing the board. Heavenly Tao's plan was bold and risky. If he succeeds, he will achieve transcendence in one fell swoop, or at the very least, achieve power on par with Grand Tao. However, he also understood he was playing with fire, and his greatest fear was that Grand Tao or the future Wang Wei would overthrow the game board by destroying the universe and killing everybody. An animal is most dangerous when cornered, let alone a transcendent being, Heavenly Book analyzed. If he cannot see his younger self have any chance at survival, he will start acting like a cornered animal, which is the last thing I want. Heavenly Book frowned, realizing he was back to the beginning. His best option now is just to wait and continue doing what he was doing. What should I do? He pondered. Just as he was indecisive, new information appeared in the book. Their first meeting is about to take place. Is this Grand Tao's hint that I should do something? Heavenly Book calculated swiftly before realizing that this was indeed an opportunity. I could, wait, my mindset has been a little too excited. The original plan was to survive the cracks between these two titans and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Being too excited and showing myself too much before them will ruin my chances of the final strike. Heavenly Book finished the new page in the book and decisively closed it. Sometimes, doing less is doing more. So, he resisted the temptation and let Grand Tao deal with this mess. Although he was a pawn, he was not the absolutely loyal kind, meaning he was also not the kind that could be discarded at will. Heavenly Book did not wait long before receiving another secret contact from the Heaven Cardinal, but he ignored it. Since he had made his decision, nothing could change it. Anyways, he can benefit from whoever is the final winner in this upcoming confrontation. Eternal Ascension World, Secret Dimension, Wang Wei returned to his hideout, thinking about what he experienced, what to learn from it, and how to operate in the future. Paranoia is an excellent way to protect myself, but it also made me predictable. So, how do I act from now on? Wang Wei focused on his personality and how he usually acts. He also tried to put himself in his opponent's shoes. I'm arrogant by nature, and this recent failure is a big blow to me. 99% of people, especially Tao overlords, would become even more cautious and timid after that defeat. So, I must be unpredictable and start acting even more aggressively. Then, when people think they've figured me out, I switch to a more timid way of behaving. Wang Wei was calm and composed, analyzing his thoughts and behavior in a cold, calculating, and logical manner and without bias. It was as if he was not talking about himself but a complete stranger. For my first aggressive act, first son must die, Wang Wei analyzed. It doesn't matter whether the information is true or not. The fact that he might be his bloodline and the perfect replacement vessel is enough for him to be eliminated. Additionally, I can also get some revenge. After making an initial plan/response to what happened in the 10,000 Buddha have, Wang Wei shifted his focus to something else, something more important, I must regain my strength. It would be better if I could find a way to increase my cultivation despite the lock's effect, Wang Wei thought, shaking his head. He had to think of something more doable. Wang Wei then stood up, preparing to leave the hideout. He already had an idea of how to get his strength back, but he needed to see his ancestor first. However, before he could teleport away, Wang Wei received an emergency contact from Red Mask, so he sent a projection. What happened? My lord, are you all right? Red Mask immediately asked. Am I all right? Oh, right, you must have lost most of your strength, Wang Wei figured out. One of the side effects of the Lord's Shadow technique is the connection between them, so now that Wang Wei had drastically weakened, Red Mask also suffered a similar fate. A small accident occurred, but I'm fine, so don't worry. Small accident. Red Mask did not believe these words for a second. She knew how strong her lord was, meaning she could also deduce what kind of enemy could injure him in such a state. However, since the latter told him not to worry, there was nothing she could do. Plus, even if she had the will, her strength and wisdom did not allow her to provide any form of aid. I understand. You should probably stop your personal activities and tasks, Wang Wei said. Lord, I may be weakened, but am not entirely useless. It's too risky, Wang Wei shook his head. Red Mask could use his highest strength level, which is the Empyrean Peak. However, she had a time limit, which was even lower than normal due to the fact Wang Wei's cultivation was still in the Great Emperor realm. But, sir, do as I say, Wang Wei stopped her. You're too valuable, and the risks are not worth it. Wang Wei did not say these words on an emotional basis. Wang Ju had a great place in his heart, so his relationship with Red Mask was purely boss and subordinate. However, he meant what he said. Losing her would mean finding another talented individual and training them again. With the current world situation, it was not worth the trouble. So, he wanted her to stay at her desk and give orders instead of going into the field herself. As you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1382 Strength Regaining Method. Wang Wei teleported to the Origin Seal continent, and as soon as he appeared, he sensed a sharp sword energy followed by Yan Hai suddenly appearing before him. What happened to you? What did the sect contact me and tell me your soul lamp was about to go out? Wait, how do you have my soul lamp? Wang Wei asked. He made one in the lower dimension even before he started cultivating, but he never made one for the upper dimension branch. Boy, is this what's important right now? I'm just curious. Yan Hai looked at him. Do you want another beating? In your current state, I don't even need the ancestral stick to show you my majesty. Ancestor, relax, Wang Wei swiftly said before explaining everything. That bold nun always complained about how she had a tumultuous fate with Taoism, but it seems true, Yan Hai muttered. Now, I feel bad for dismissing her. She removed these thoughts from her mind. I'm glad you're alive, kid. Yes, it's always good to be alive, Wang Wei nodded. So, why are you here? I remember I sent a few talented people with human fiend god bloodline to ascend. The sect should have taken good care of them, correct? That's right. I need you to secretly contact the sect and one of them to come out. Don't use the previous contact method, it would be best to ask them indirectly. You came here for this? She asked with a frown. He has a tight watch over me, so I cannot risk contacting the sect, Wang Wei explained. And I don't know enough about our secrets for any form of true secret contact. True. Yan Hai nodded. But why do you need these people? I need to borrow their bodies, Wang Wei said. You see my situation, and the fastest way to regain my strength is to take over another body. The best body is those people with the same bloodline, and only they currently have the human fiend god bloodline. In that case, I can't help you. What? We have strict rules about taking over clan members' bodies. Ancestor, this is an emergency, the rules can be slightly bent. No, Yanhai responded, her voice firm. Ancestor, Wang Wei replied, his voice slightly raised. Yanhai shook her head, I know you're thinking that I'm being old-fashioned and rigid, but that's not true, I'm doing this for the good of the sect. What do you mean? Do you know what our sect's greatest advantage is over the other overlords? Wang Wei frowned before answering, we are one of the most powerful while also extremely united. That's right, Yanhai nodded. Although I cannot see as far as you or Brother Qiyuan, I understand that the key to our prosperity in the upcoming era is this unity, and your actions will undermine that unity. Aren't you being a little dramatic? I'm not, Yanhai rebutted. Although we are united, we still have a few problems. 10 factions rule the sect, including 9 clans and the sectarian faction. Our Yan, Wang, and Li clan are at the top because all 4 primals come from our clan. Meanwhile, the sectarian side is the largest faction with the most paragons. However, they are also the most suppressed of the groups because of one rule, no more powerful clans are allowed to be born in the sect again. Over the years, we have spent countless time and effort to ensure the sanctity of the sect rules, especially the major one. So, you, of all people, breaking such a significant rule will definitely be used by other factions to create instability, undermining our unity. And I don't think I need to tell you who will strike first. The Myriad Clan Union, Wang Wei replied. That's right. The Wang clan division started due to the fight over bloodline imprint, so can you imagine the field day they would have if this was the rule that you broke? Wang Wei groaned softly, I thought our relationship was better. It is, but this also resulted in many people fearing about the reunification of the Wang clan, Yanhai explained. The first thing the union would do is to pressure Heaven Opening to strike first. Unfortunately, our relationship is not really to the point of unification, so he will not hesitate to do it. Wang Wei was silent. Now, do you understand the ramifications your action will have? But all that is predicated on the fact that we will survive this catastrophe to see the next era, Wang Wei complained. I have never doubted you would succeed, Yanhai replied without hesitation. You have more trust in me than I do in myself. My trust is not in you but in the person who believes in you, Yanhai explained. After the ultimate taboo, Brother Qiyuan once said his destiny as the sect's guide and wisdom provider ended, and someone else was about to take his place. As soon as he learned about you, he said you were the chosen one and placed all his faith in you. And I believe in his vision. Wang Wei was momentarily quiet before sighing, what do you want me to do? You're smart, you'll figure it out. Alright, Wang Wei sighed, preparing to leave. Don't put on such a sour face. Anyway, you can come to me if you need anything else. I will, Wang Wei said before suddenly stopping, I need to assassinate someone, but there is a danger that he might be a trap. Oh. Who? Wang Wei then explained who the first son was and why he wanted to kill him. Don't worry, I'll deal with it. You can't do it yourself, ancestor, Wang Wei immediately added. Nor use someone directly linked to you like a shadow. I know. There is also the fact that this man might have countless ways to save his life and even more longevity resources. I understand, Yanhai said. But like I said, I'll deal with it. Wang Wei wanted to say more, but he had to stop after seeing the impatient look on her face. Regardless, he warned her one last time before teleporting away. At his hideout, Wang Wei had to contemplate another solution to regain his strength. An idea suddenly popped into his mind, so he contacted the flame blacksmith and puppet demon through the void illusion realm. I need a well-made puppet, Wang Wei said. It must be done to the exact proportion of my body, down to my existence. Is that possible? You want a new life puppet? Puppet demon asked. What's that? Wang Wei asked, not familiar with that term. You know how there are two schools of puppetry? Yes, external and internal puppetry, Wang Wei nodded. The former focused on making and controlling puppets, while the latter turned their bodies into puppets. The ultimate goal of all internal puppetry is to create a new life puppet or a puppet based on their existence. Such a puppet can grow and evolve without changing the parts, just like flesh and the soul. On paper, this sounds easy, but your tone indicates it's not, Wang Wei commented. Of course, it's difficult, Puppet Demon said. In the history of Puppet Dao, the number of people who have succeeded probably can be counted on two hands. Is that so? Wang Wei frowned, his explanation is flat out wrong, Flame Blacksmith suddenly added. What do you mean by this? Puppet Demon swiftly asked. Any puppeteer who has mastered the technique of existence reconstruction could make a puppet based on someone's existence, he explained. New Life Puppets is about fusing the essence or concept of puppetry into your existence. I see. Wang Wei understood that New Life Puppets was a method for puppeteers to enter the taboo battle realm, hence why so few people have succeeded. So, can you build my puppet? Wang Wei asked, ignoring the Puppet Demon's embarrassment. Although it's not my expertise, with his help, it should not be an issue, the Flame Blacksmith nodded. Excellent. How long will that take? Is it urgent? I need it as soon as possible. In that case, let me calculate. If we have abundant resources, hire a few more puppeteers, and with your full cooperation, it should be done in about 2,500 yuan epochs. Wang Wei's lips immediately twitched, can't it be faster? Flame Blacksmith frowned, this was the fastest estimate he deduced. How fast are we talking about? I'm talking in a few hundred years. Are you mad? He asked with a raised voice. How about a few thousand years? Wang Wei swiftly added. However, the only answer he received was a hard stare. We have time formations, don't we? The best of those are between 10 to 12 times the normal time, so unless you have access to a wonder of heaven and earth, it won't make much of a difference, the Flame Blacksmith retorted. Wang Wei sighed. This plan was not feasible. So, what else can I do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1383 Buddha's Fury, what about a body made entirely of energy? Wang Wei asked. How long would that take? If it's just a regular body, then it would be feasible in your ridiculous time span, Flame Blacksmith answered. Even if we had access to the source chi space, we might have been able to pull something. However, you said you wanted one on par with your current body. Although I don't know much about your fleshly body, I can deduce how much time it would require to make the weakest peak indestructible Empyrean body, which would still require a few hundred yuan epochs. Wang Wei groaned, and after thinking about it briefly, he dismissed these two. Since I can't make one, I must use one already available. He waved his hand to summon his guardian puppet. Wang Wei looked at it and frowned. Technically speaking, he could put his soul into the puppet, thus acquiring paragon strength. This thing is too rigid for intense combat, Wang Wei analyzed. The highest strength output he can use in this puppet is 92%, and its greatest flaw is the lack of regenerative ability. Any injuries to the puppet are permanent and require time and resources to fix, which is different from a fleshly body. I need a body of flesh and blood, Wang Wei analyzed. However, this approach had even more significant problems. His body was unique, and he's not talking about how perfectly he has trained it. His body has been ideally attuned to carry his terrifying soul and willpower. According to Wang Wei's calculation, even if he used the best fleshly body similar to Monk, he would destroy that body after one battle. His powerful soul and willpower would permanently damage the body, and after one intense battle, such flesh would collapse without any way to prevent that from happening. However, I don't have much of a choice. In fact, Wang Wei had two other targets, Old Man Dai and Paragon Jimin. Their paragon flesh would be the perfect vessel for him, but unfortunately, the former disappeared from the lawless zone, and he had no idea where Jimin was operating. Wang Wei first sent an order to Red Mask to kidnap body refiners in the Peel of the Empyrean realm, preferably devil cultivators, before teleporting back to the Origin Seal continent. Have you figured out something? Yan Hai asked while sitting cross-legged and drinking tea. I guess, Wang Wei explained. My request is still the same, but I won't use clan members. These people must be body refiners. That's the best you can come up with. All other methods require too much time, and I can't wait, Wang Wei shrugged. Yan Hai nodded. She understood how small of a margin for action that Wang Wei has in the current situation, so she no longer commented on his approach. There are plenty of prisoners in the Suppressing Essence Tower, Yan Hai said before frowning. What's that? And why don't you look confident? It's a place we imprison body refiners to use as trials for the sect and as emergency energy when needed, Yan Hai explained. Are there any problems with it? It's sealed. Sealed? You mean? A few paragons were imprisoned, so that bastard wanted to destroy it. However, Supreme Unity convinced him, and they only sealed it. So, it's useless. Not necessarily, Yan Hai continued. The sect reported to me long ago that the bottom parts of the seal were slowly enwrapping on their own. I reckon I can forcefully open the area with the Empyrean prisoners. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. How many people are available? Are you talking about Empyreans? Too many to count. That's good to hear, Wang Wei said. Even if he could only use these bodies once, there should be enough for him not to worry much about future battles until he found a way to return to his peak. Yan Hai looked at him but said nothing. I need to return to the sect. I should be done in less than a month. Do you want me to stay here? No need, Yan Hai replied. She doesn't think it's a good idea for him to stay in one place for too long. Although Mithraea said he would do a better job at guarding Supreme Unity, it was not worth taking the risk. I'll activate all the formations and put this place on the highest alert state. Yan Hai explained. They should be fine until I return. All right, Wang Wei nodded before leaving. He did not stay around to wait for his ancestors' good news. Instead, he started preparing himself. He created a large pool before dropping one drop of his blood that soon turned into an ocean to fill that area. Wang Wei proceeded to add another drop of soul blood, deepening the redness of this blood pool. Finally, he started carving arrays. His attainment in arrays was not on par with what he wanted to do, so he used a common tactic of cultivators with higher cultivation but low knowledge, stacking. His soul was powerful enough to create millions, if not billions, of arrays and stack their effects together. Excellent, Wang Wei nodded before sensing something. He checked his communication talisman, perfect timing. He pointed to the void, and after a slight spatial fluctuation, a body appeared in this dimension, and he sent it into the pool. He observed quietly. There needs to be some adjustment, but everything seems to be working, Wang Wei muttered. The pool slowly adjusted this body to be more like his, thus allowing him to use his power better. However, Wang Wei was not too happy. His original intention was to change/temper these bodies and ensure a single one could allow him to experience at least two bodies. The result told him that without the pool, most bodies wouldn't survive more than 3 attacks with his soul and willpower. Although this guy cultivated to the peak, he only survived a little over 2,000 tribulations. Maybe the others will be better. Wang Wei was not too hopeful, especially since he knew how rare it was for someone to cultivate all 3,800 tribulations, let alone go beyond it and achieve limit indestructibility, like him and Monk. Body refining is already rare, and in the current era where people fear showing too much of their talents, Wang Wei was not confident in finding an excellent vessel. I guess I can only wait and hope my luck is better. Time passed, and 3 days later, the world's turmoil once again started. The Twin Sun border was a prosperous area, arguably one of the most thriving areas in this turbulent era. It was once the border between Buddhism and Taoism territory. As the two unofficial rulers of this world, the two titans had to promote unity and prosperity, and the existence of the Twin Sun border was proof of that. However, today, this area is full of life and resources and is now a desert. There was no sign of life, but that was only temporary. Around noon, Wuxia appeared in the area with shining golden eyes, followed by countless monks. Mithria waited less than 5 seconds before Supreme Unity and his people arrived. "You know this won't change anything, do you?" he said in his cold and indifferent voice. "You cannot win, so why must you insist?" "It seems that everyone has underestimated me," Mithria replied calmly. "It's understandable, given my prior results. However, do you think you're the only one who has been laying chess pieces on this board for a long time?" Supreme Unity frowned while raising his alert to the highest level. He thought Mithria's previous attack was her only trump card, and this war was a desperate move to hold him back and buy this world enough time. "Do it," Mithria ordered. One of the Empyreans behind Supreme Unity suddenly summoned an artifact and spoke out loud. "Taoism is about following nature, not ignoring or taking it over. Our roots have been corrupted by villains, forcing us to lose our ways. I refuse to accept such Taoist practice. Heaven and earth above, be a witness as I stand for righteousness. From now on, the Seven Virtues sect has broken off from this corrupt sect. We will return to our roots, practicing genuine Taoism that pursues the sublimation of the self and the harmony of man and nature." As soon as this man uttered these words, the enormous Chiluk dragon of Taoism manifested between heaven and earth before roaring in pain. A small chunk of its body was divided before turning into a smaller dragon. Supreme Unity looked at this happening. He still looked cold and indifferent, but the small spatial fluctuations around him were indicative of his actual mood. He wanted to stop this from happening, but he sensed something locking in his every move. So, without much of a choice, he watched as more and more people were sect-separated from Taoism. "Over 65%, Mithria commented. "It seems that more people despise your reign than I anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1384 Wars After Wars. "Well played," Supreme Unity said indifferently. "You always looked at these people as ants, thinking they would never dare to rebel against you," Mithria said calmly. "But you overestimate the human spirit. No, I should say you probably never understood. They have their own goals, dreams, and pursuits. Do you really think your overwhelming power was enough for them to give these things up?" "Ants are ants," Supreme Unity replied calmly. "Without your protection, none of them dare to rebel." "They dare," she rebutted. "It's just that you already killed those with the spirit, and these ones only needed a small boost." "This conversation is pointless," Supreme Unity added. "Don't think you've won this war. We will see." Wang Wei and the entire world watched the beginning of the Buddhism-Taoism war. Specifically, this war should be called the unity of Buddhism and Taoism against corrupted Taoism, and that's how historians will write this war unless Supreme Unity is the final victor. The first battle was an overwhelming victory. Without Supreme Unity's strength, corrupt Taoism was overwhelmed by the Allied force. Mithria was ruthless, forcing the first battle to last as long as possible and allowing her forces to kill as many people as possible. By the end of this fight, the Twin Sun border became an inhabitable area due to how much immortal blood fell on the soil. Of course, this also meant that the place became a holy place for anyone who cultivated blood Dao or any technique involved in fiend chi/aura. After this defeat, Taoism did two things: used a more defensive approach to this war and summoned reinforcement. The former was quite effective as they successfully blocked the madness from these monks or the enraged Taoists who wanted to eliminate their other counterparts to ensure their prosperity and prevent future revenge. However, the plan to receive reinforcement was not as successful. Supreme Unity's target was obviously his goons, the Moons. However, as soon as the summon arrived, Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix intensified their war. Time Eater is sealed, and the manpower available is in a semi-shambles state, leaving only Shu Ren, the Earth Emperor. He was the only one without any excuses to refuse the summon. With these reinforcements, Supreme Unity was able to take a breather. However, Mithraea succeeded in her attempt to occupy and reduce his political power. Supreme Unity's loss was too great in this fight. Wang Wei analyzed the information. These overlords must have secretly taken this opportunity to weaken Taoism. I reckon they even secretly killed many monks as well. This war concerns not only the fate of the world but also the reshuffle of power. Everyone is waiting for the new era, and everyone wants to dominate it. Buddhism and Taoism already have an overwhelming lead, so these overlords have already started taking measures to weaken them. While Wang Wei was deep in thought, his communication talisman trembled. He activated it and saw a picture, a head with a look of fear, anger, and regret. He recognized this person, the leader of the Hidden Moon Sun sect. First Sunday, Wang Wei did not hesitate to contact his ancestor. He's dead. Yep, just as I promised. Is he dead or? True death, Yen Hai convinced. How did you do it? Many swordsmen in the Sword League path owe me karma, Yen Hai explained. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Was there anything weird about him? Besides having a Paragon artifact as protection, there were no anomalies. Wang Wei frowned, thinking whether he had missed something. Well, forget him for now. How are things on your side? The unsealing process will not take as long as I thought. It should be done in about 2 weeks. That's good to hear. The two chatted briefly before ending the conversation. Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix's current confrontation is not enough as an excuse to reject the summon, so these two should prepare for a direct confrontation, Wang Wei analyzed. The issue is whether they will fake it and wait until they are both ready for the real fight or directly fight to the death. Wang Wei's analysis favored the latter. These people genuinely hated each other, so even if they tried to fake it, their animosity would leak out during the confrontation, turning the fake scenario into a genuine one. So, he waited while ordering his people to protect as many mortals as possible and keeping watch on Time Eater. Wang Wei's prediction became true when a battle started between these two 5 days later. He had his answer from their killing intent and the killing blow these two were using. So, he calmly observed that battle. Undead Phoenix is not as mad as the previous fight. His mode of fighting is relatively reserved. He must have a trump card he's waiting to use at the right moment. Meanwhile, Five Feather is using this fight to control her strength. Speaking of which, her karma has also drastically increased, but I haven't heard of any plague-like curse in the world. Damn it, has this woman been secretly killing mortals? He contacted Red Mask, asking her if she had received any news. She answered that Five Feathers had hired many curse masters but hadn't received any results yet. Find how she has so much negative karma, Wang Wei ordered. Red Max was efficient, and she soon had the answer. Many mortals were in isolated dimensions and realms in the Eternal Ascension world, and Five Feathers' target was these people. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. I should have guessed animals like her only respond to painful threats. I won't make the same mistake twice. He continued observing this war, and Wang Wei frowned as he noticed something else. These temporal fluctuations, is this woman mad? Wang Wei thought. No, she's not mad but can't control her power. Good, good. Wang Wei immediately closed her eyes to sense these fluctuations. West of the Time Eater's territory, Heavenly Serpent Empress domain, a beautiful woman with luscious purple hair with black tips sat on a throne. She wore an all-white and tight robe that revealed her ample figure. Her beauty could be described as devilish, that's how alluring she was. If Sun Junyao was the epitome of beauty, this woman was the closest to the epitome of sexiness. A man sat on her lap, kissing her while muttering sweet words. "Oh, Wu Jing, you always have a way with words," the Heavenly Serpent Empress said. "Who made His Majesty so alluring?" Wu Jing replied. "I know, right?" she replied. "You can say my charm is a..." The Heavenly Serpent Empress suddenly stopped before looking at the shadow that appeared in the room. "You must have a reason for interrupting me." "Your Majesty, we have found the target," said a woman's voice. "Are you sure?" the Heavenly Serpent Empress asked. "It won't be like last time with a bunch of abundant remains. I have checked personally." "Good," the Empress replied. "Do you want me to mobilize the troops?" "No, I want to do it myself to ensure that nothing happens," Heavenly Serpent Empress replied. She glanced at Wu Jing. "I have work to do. Wait for my return, and we can continue where we left off." The Empress suddenly thought of something. "Tell Di Liang to wait with you." Wu Jing's smile abated considerably after hearing these words. "Does he need to be there? Can't it be the two of us? Can you handle me alone?" Heavenly Serpent Empress asked. "All right, I'll call him." The Empress patted his ass before standing up. She received the information from the agent. "So, that's where you, little rats, have been hiding. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere," she muttered before focusing on the agent. "How did you find them?" These people's hiding spots were excellent, so the Empress wanted to know how his agents found them. She had lived long enough to know when to be careful against plots and schemes. "They were gritty, Your Highness," the agent responded. "They sent people into the Twin Suns border, probably to find the blood of the two suns, and that's how we found them." "The two suns' blood. That makes sense," the Heavenly Serpent Empress nodded. She no longer hesitated and teleported away. She did not play around and broke through their world's barrier with force and strength. The Empress found herself in a world full of devils, yes, not devil cultivators but authentic devils. She was not surprised by this outcome and started her killing. Her hair moved under her control, killing anyone in sight. This was a one-sided massacre, and these devils could not even fight back. "Find you, descendants of the primogenitor devil," the Heavenly Serpent Empress said excitedly. She finally released all her power, capturing these people as fast as possible. These devils had a peak Empyrean and several Paragon artifacts, but they were useless before the Empress. "I can finally put my plan into motion," she thought before leaving this place. The Empress was in a good mood when she returned home. She went directly to have some fun with Wu Jing and Di Liang, but these two were not enough for her excited mood, so she summoned more of her harem. Today was a day worth celebrating and indulging. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1385. Someone finally acted. Five Feathers suddenly stopped her onslaught of attacks. She looked at her opponent with disdain before mocking him. "What happened to all that hatred and rage? Are you even trying to kill me?" "I don't need to try," Undead Phoenix replied. "What do you mean?" "I've realized that there is no need to worry about your death," he explained. "With how you're behaving and the terrifying nature of that curse, you will die eventually without the cure. So, why must I become the variable that helps you escape the curse? I only need to survive long enough, lay back, and watch you slowly march to your doom." Five Feathers' face twisted in anger. The latter was correct. Her curse and the body of sin were a ticking time bomb, and without the cure, it was only a matter of time before she died from their powers. In other words, the one in a hurry was her, not Undead Phoenix. Your plan hinged on staying alive, Five Feathers rebutted. And I'll make sure to hand you your ticket to the underworld. She attacked, and she was ever fiercer this time around. This prideful phoenix had one objective: kill this bastard and end the fate between them. Unfortunately, Undead Phoenix remained calm and composed. His primary mode of fighting was more defensive and reserved, not giving Five Feather a chance at even injuring him. You coward! Five Feathers yelled. Are you a man? How can you fight in such a cowardly manner? Undead Phoenix's lips twitched, but his tactic remained the same. Five Feathers grew more frustrated with this battle. Although she was confident in her newfound strength, the difference between them was not significant enough for her to kill him swiftly, and the situation worsened because he fought. Do you want to know a little secret? Five Feathers said with a cruel sneer. You should know by now that I never loved you, but did you know I've always loved your best friend, Bai Songxian? He was such a kind and handsome man with a heart of gold. It was sad he had to live all his life in your shadows. A terrifying killing intent flashed in Undead Phoenix's eyes. However, such a reaction only made Five Feathers smirk before she continued. I tried confessing my love, but he was too loyal. I even used an aphrodisiac to get his body, but he insisted on his loyalty. That's why I had to kill him. Although I loved him, I couldn't allow him to mess up my plans for you. UWH*******. Undead Phoenix roared before launching toward her. He acted like a madman, trying to kill her without any consequences. However, Five Feathers only giggled joyously. That's more like it. She fought back vigorously, trying to use this opportunity to find a flaw and capture him. Calm down, yelled a voice inside Undead Phoenix's head, but he was not listening. We are not ready yet, and you're going to ruin the plan. Unfortunately, this message might have also been sent to the endless void. Damn it, I should have expected this idiot to cause trouble, muttered the voice, not caring whether Undead Phoenix heard him. In that case, let's change things. The battle intensified as these two mad titans clashed, almost losing their sanity. The destruction they caused could be imagined, but no one cared. In this vast world, population and territory were never lacking. At the peak of these people's battles, something unexpected suddenly occurred. A golden light suddenly flew out of Undead Phoenix's body and turned into ropes that bound the two of them. Five Feathers sensed something and tried to evade, but the golden rope was attracted to the sins on her body like metal to a magnet, making it impossible to avoid. She immediately tried to break it off, but it was useless. This rope would be bound to her as long as she had such a vast amount of karmic sins. She could use brute force to destroy it, but that process would take time, and she felt that the schemer would not give her this chance. This power, the golden body of merit, Five Feathers analyzed. Wang Wei, is that you? No, this aura is different. It's something I've seen before, Kong. We've met so many times, but it took you so long to recognize me. Is this how little I mean to you, or has your sanity degraded to such a level? What is the meaning of this? I also would like to know, Undead Phoenix added. Why am I also captured? What do you think? Emperor Kong responded. So, you've betrayed me, Undead Phoenix replied calmly. But do you think I wasn't prepared for this possibility? Emperor Kong looked at him. You have literally killed all the talented people under your watch and destroyed valuable knowledge. Do you really think you could have done something that could escape my watch? Besides your powerful strength and resources, you have nothing. Emperor Kong shook his head. The moment Undead Phoenix agreed to work with him, he was doomed to die. It's a shame the plan had to start early, Emperor Kong sighed. According to his original plan, Undead Phoenix was supposed to continue the fight long enough for him to secretly establish a no-life array. After betraying him, Emperor Kong would have successfully killed two paragons at once. But now, he had to be satisfied with eliminating one of their lives. Undead Phoenix panicked a little after hearing these words and activated his backup. But, as expected, nothing failed. The formation that was the core of their plan remained intact. Emperor Kong ignored him and activated the genuine formation. An enormous amount of grievances gathered above their heads before rapidly condensing into a blade. Emperor Kong was the person who cleaned up the grievances of the world after making a deal with the moons. His actions significantly prolonged their reign by preventing the grievances from slowly eroding their chi luck dragon. However, today, he used the same grievance to kill 2 of these moons. No, 5 Feathers yelled. She had just gained some control over this curse, and death would only aggravate her situation. She pushed her 5 elements and minor karma Tao to the limit, trying to break the golden rope. Sadly, the nature of that rope was the antithesis of sinful people like her, not to mention that Emperor Kong convinced Undead Phoenix to boost its power further to ensure it lasted long enough to bind someone of 5 Feathers' power. "You're first," Emperor Kong said, looking at Undead Phoenix. The golden rope contained the latter's power, so Kong knew it would not last long against Undead Phoenix. He waved his hand, and the dark purple sword descended on this man with the utmost swiftness. All resistances were futile. These moons have committed too many atrocities, and the world's grievances were a manifestation of the people, both mortals and cultivators, dissatisfaction with them. Emperor Kong's way of killing them is almost poetic, embodying the ultimate form of karma. Crack! A sound of breakage echoed in the sky, shifting Emperor Kong's focus. 5 Feathers' desperate measure was almost successful. Emperor Kong did not waste any more time and killed her. As he watched her body dissipate, Kong had a sense of completion, a moment of a circle coming around, to be specific. He wondered where this absurd feeling originated from until he thought about it more deeply. So, everything was connected, and come back around, he thought. He used the world's grievances to boost his career and prolong these people's reign. However, Heavenly Down never punished him for his actions. Kong always wondered why their academy's luck never suffered. His actions should have brought him some karmic connection to the moons that affected his and the academy's luck. Now, he understood. Heavenly Dao's plan all along was for him to pay back his actions by eliminating these people using the very thing that prolonged their aid. Emperor Kong sighed. Today's event was further proof that Wang Wei's analysis about the future was correct. Emperor Kong looked in the Academy's direction. He sensed the tremendous amount of luck and destiny that he had just acquired. He nodded in satisfaction before looking in the distance. He had feared that someone else would come to intervene in his plan and was prepared. Luckily, all the people who could help were either busy or too selfish to come. No, I need to lay low for a while, Emperor Kong thought. After today's events, many eyes will be on him. His academy was not one of the Overlords or an ancient top paragon lineage. As such, many people will be interested in the luck and destiny he has just acquired. Wang Wei opened his eyes, his pupils shining with brilliant light. He had successfully analyzed those fluctuations, and now, he shifted his focus to the war's outcome. Although he was in deep meditation, he still understood what was happening in this fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1386 Old Friends Visit. Should I take this opportunity to kill her? Wang Wei thought. 5 Feathers was currently vulnerable, and this was indeed the best time. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Many eyes are on her, and since Supreme Unity has shown he doesn't want these people to die completely, he might use extreme means to save her. The best move is to wait until Monk makes his move. All eyes will be on him, and I can use this opportunity to eliminate her. By then, if Monk's plans go smoothly, 2 of these bastards will die in a short period. Wang Wei agreed with this plan. However, before that, he felt he might need to warn someone. He contacted Red Mask before teleporting away. Five Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room in her palace. An intense pain assaulted her senses and her soul. The curse marks spread through every part of her body. Sins, I need sins, Five Feathers thought. She gritted her teeth before opening her space ring and taking out the reserved sins she stored for such a situation. She swiftly absorbed it like a man lost in a desert for days without water. It's not enough, she thought. Five Feathers immediately contacted her shadow. Do we have any more mortal worlds? The shadow was quiet. Well? Five Feathers snapped. No, Your Majesty, you've used all of them. Go find a few as fast as possible. As you wish. The 10 minutes spent waiting was hell for Five Feathers. This damn curse wanted her to suffer before she died. She wanted to curse and kill that damn Jimin and Wang Wei for making her suffer so much. What took you so long? Five Feathers said with a sharp look, but the shadow could only lower her head. Many secret dimensions/worlds were hidden by heavenly Tao instead of powerful cultivators. That's why some random secret realm from an ancient era could suddenly appear out of nowhere. These mortal dimensions are a backup protection for mortals, meaning they were a high priority for safely hiding them. The fact they found so many of them so quickly was a miracle. I'm sorry for the delay, but moving the dimension to the palace will take a few minutes, the shadow explained. That's too long. I'll go there myself. Five Feathers teleported away, immediately entering this new world. Her red eyes glanced at this vast, prosperous land ruled by 33 mortal dynasties. She did not care for these ants, their purpose was only to alleviate her pain. She did not care that she was about to massacre trillions of individuals. Swish! Before she could act, a bright red flame encapsulated Five Feathers' body, and she started screaming and moaning in pain. Countless grieving souls rushed out of her body and floated above her head. They laughed at her before entering her body again, but each time, the pain intensified. I warned you, didn't I? Said a cold voice. Did you think I was bluffing? Please, make it stop. I've realized your current state is like a mad animal, Wang Wei sneered. Without a painful lesson, you won't remember. You won't behave. So, it's teaching time. For the next hour, Wang Wei utilized his pain-innate talent to its full effect as he punished Five Feathers for her action. I think you'll remember my words now. Five Feathers swallowed a handful of pills before slowly flying away. She immediately summoned her subordinates, and the first thing she did was eradicate her shadow. She does not care how Wang Wei knew her whereabouts but only the fact he did, and she suffered for it. How far has my plague curse been developed? Five Feathers asked coldly. The pain she just suffered superseded the curse, allowing her to adapt quickly. However, she could feel this curse was raising the intensity to meet her new pain threshold. Five Feather knew she would not survive long if she had to live with that pain for the rest of her life. Everyone was quiet, too afraid to answer. But when they sensed she was about to explode, someone finally answered, We have just started, Your Majesty. It seems I have to kill a few of these bastards to light a fire under them. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you can't. What did you say? The contract we signed with these curse masters is ironclad. The crease on Five Feathers' forehead increased as she remembered her promise to these people. Hire more of them and tell them I will double the rewards if they finish early. Why yes. Also, start hunting devil cultivators, Five Feathers ordered. She figured she could alleviate her situation by taking their karmic sins. Lastly, offer 10 Paragon artifacts as a reward for Emperor Kong's head, and 2 for any of his disciples. These ministers looked at each other. This pierce was indeed tempting, especially in the current situation where strength matters more than cultivation. Unfortunately, their lord has refused to pay an assassination contract more than once, meaning few people will even trust her words this time. However, they did not say anything and just nodded. Wang Wei had just received the news about Emperor Kong's bounty, but he did not care. The world had entered a semi-peaceful state. The two wars were still ongoing but with some minor differences. The two sun vessels fought in this world's version of a void battlefield. Meanwhile, Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix were recuperating from their terrible loss. He knew these two would not stop trying to kill each other, but they were now on guard of other people taking advantage of their confrontation. Such a balanced state should remain as such for a while, so Wang Wei was waiting while training the mortals. They were still the crux of this catastrophe, and their prosperity was the key to their survival. Wang Wei thought this peace would last for a while, but an old contact talisman from the lower dimension activated. He pondered deeply before accepting the call, and they met at his chosen location. "Wrath, how have you been?" Wang Wei asked, looking at her. She was at the peak of the great emperor realm, which was not surprising. Although she was talented and had merit from the lower dimension, without a powerful enough faction, breaking the Empyrean barrier as swiftly as some of the others is challenging. "I need your help." "So direct, I see," Wang Wei replied. "You promised my master to take care of me, right?" "I'm pretty sure I have accomplished what I promised him in the lower dimension," Wang Wei replied with his lips twitching. "Have you?" Wrath asked, looking him in the eyes. "Fine, tell me what is so important." "My master's few remaining descendants were captured by a woman named Madame Lu. I need your help to save them." "Madame Lu? Where have I heard this name before?" Wang Wei muttered. "She's the real controller of the Sunshine Pavilion. She has another name, the Heavenly Serpent Empress." "That's right," Wang Wei nodded. "He has dealt with many spy agencies, and the Sunshine Pavilion is one of them. However, he also knew little about them except Madame Shun was the mistress, but the real power was someone else called Madame Lu." "Why did she take them?" Wang Wei asked. "More importantly, why are you still involved with these people?" "They are my master's last remaining descendants." "How can I not? You've done so much for your Neo-Devils, but aren't you worried about the consequences of associating with them? Most people do not care about the devil race, but your master's descendants are something else. They are the last proof of his existence, so I must save them," Wrath said stubbornly. "You are the last proof of his existence, not them," Wang Wei countered. However, what he saw as a response was a pair of willful eyes. "All right, I'll look into it, but make no promises." But Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. "I have a lot on my plate currently, and if it is as my intuition is telling me, your affairs will not be simple. In that case, you will have to wait. But waiting means decreasing their chances of survival." "Then, let's hope my intuition is wrong," Wang Wei replied. He ended the conversation by dissipating his projection. He asked Red Mask for all their information about the Sunshine Pavilion and Madame Lu. The information was not much, but it was enough for Wang Wei to know she had a reputation for being lustful and extremely powerful. Some people even proclaimed her as the most powerful Empyrean. However, one of the Fate Shadow Guard's notes about her information caught his attention. It said it was suspected she was someone from an old era, possibly the Golden or even further. Someone from that era that is still alive. Did she not participate in the ultimate taboo? She probably stayed and destroyed her cultivation during the cleanup. Wang Wei had only one way to check this information, so he went to see his ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1387 The Quitters. Wang Wei activated the communication array, and Yan Hai's beautiful but stern face showed on the other side. "Boy, I'm still busy with your affairs, and your constant call won't speed up things. I'm not here about that." "Then, why are you contacting me?" "I want to know about someone called Madame Lu." "Who?" "Madame Lu, also known as the Heavenly Serpent Empress, she's the behind-the-scenes person of the Sunshine Pavilion." The name Sunshine Pavilion rings a bell, but not the others. Hold on, let me check. Yan Hai disappeared while Wang Wei spent the next few seconds thinking about scandalous scenarios in which his ancestor learned about the Sunshine Pavilion. He doubted they were true, but it was fun to sully her name in his mind. Of course, even if the world were to collapse, he would never reveal to anyone what devious thing his mind was cooking. Yan Hai's face appeared, holding a scroll. She read it for a few seconds before a realization dawned on her. Oh, it's Lu Chuntao, or the Boulder Serpent Empress. Has she changed her name again? You know her? Yes, she's from my era, Yan Hai nodded. Are you going to deal with her? You should be extra careful. As a matter of fact, I recommend you don't in your current state. She's that formidable? Wang Wei asked. Can you tell me more? I don't really know much since my interactions with her were far and few. Is that so? I figured she would be in your woman support group, Wang Wei stated. We invited her, but she was a loner and refused, Yan Hai explained. I see, Wang Wei nodded. What else can you tell me? She's very cunning, Yan Hai explained. Her rise started after successfully stealing the bloodline of a primordial earth serpent, a one-of-kind primordial chaos life form under the watch of both the demon and the innate demon god race. After that, her reputation was mostly because of her beauty and lustful nature. Wang Wei nodded. The information he knew did mention how Madame Lu liked to collect handsome men into her harem. She then showed her power during the Paragon Heaven Will battle, becoming one of the final 33 winners. Afterward, no one paid true attention to her until the ultimate taboo. So, she did participate? Wang Wei asked. Yes, so, why is she still alive? Can't you let me finish? Yan Hai stared at him. Sorry, he swiftly apologized. Yan Hai calmed down before continuing. She is one of the quitters. Wang Wei did not ask and waited for her to explain. My memory is vague, but a few things remained vivid, Yan Hai continued. The taboo was this endless world divided into 3 areas, outer, middle, and inner. Each area contained countless ruins, each containing some information about transcendence. However, there were 2 types of ruins, free ruins and trial ruins. Trial ruins contained rewards and way more information, but as the name suggested, the participants needed to pass a trial to access the information. During that trial, Lu Chuntao revealed the strength of Primal despite the world always believing she was only a peak paragon. Wang Wei frowned. Has she always been hiding her strength, or did she have an opportunity during the taboo? No one knows truly, but my intuition told me it was the former, Yan Hai replied. A cunning woman indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Primals are the equivalent of nuclear deterrents in the cultivation world. So, that means it is in the ruling faction's best interest to know who is one. It is not a simple matter to hide one cultivation before experts of the same level, and anyone who has succeeded and done so for an extended period can be labeled as competent. So, what does it mean to be a quitter? Wang Wei asked. After passing a trial, everyone had 3 choices: random reward, ticket of exit, and accumulated points. The rewards were random, but the weakest level was tier 12. And as you can imagine, a few more primals were born from those rewards. The exit ticket is self-explanatory, no one could leave that place without one. However, the deeper the area, the more tickets were required to leave. While we were in the middle area, Lu Chuntao gathered enough tickets and left early. She left. Why? Is it because it was getting too dangerous? Not necessarily. Wang Wei waited for her to explain, but no sounds came out of her mouth for a few seconds. What other possibilities are there? If she found an incomplete method. Incomplete method? Isn't that the same as, those 2? No, it's not the same, Yan Hai shook her head. Their methods are flawed, meaning there are some restrictions and the probability of success is low. Incomplete methods mean the creator was in the right direction but they never even succeeded. So, incomplete methods cannot be cultivated and must be perfected. That's right. So, she found an incomplete method, left early, and started to repair it. She even destroyed her cultivation during those two's cleanup so she would not have to enter limbo, Wang Wei summarized. I think I know why she captured the primoriginator devil's descendant. She did. Why? Yan Hai asked. Don't you remember what happened to the primoriginator after his death? Him. Or, are you insinuating that his transcendent artifact fell in Lu Chuntao's hands? Most likely, Wang Wei nodded. She needed his blood to control the artifact, and it might also be the source of the transcendent method that she fixed. Brother Qiyuan once theorized that Heavenly Tao took the artifact to use as a fortunate encounter for someone worthy, but your explanation is also possible, Yan Hai commented. In fact, the more I think deeply about this woman, the more suspicions that I have, Wang Wei continued. How did she survive under these two people's watch? I'm sure they were both interested in her method, but here she is, alive and well. The artifact could explain how she hid from them. In that case, why did she destroy her cultivation? Wang Wei continued. The artifact should allow her to keep her strength while remaining in hiding. It's possible that she did not want a target in her back since these two would feel uneasy with such a powerful paragon in their corners, but based on what I know of her so far, she doesn't seem the kind of person to back down because of such challenge. You overlooked another possibility. She did not know how to use the weapon to hide before, Yan Hai added. Even after having it for so long. That artifact was a weapon of killing, not for hiding. So, you can imagine the knowledge required to use it for other things. I see, Wang Wei said with shining eyes. She had no choice but to destroy her cultivation and get them off her back. However, while these two were reaching higher levels, she used the knowledge she had acquired from the taboo to better understand and utilize the artifact. That's probably the closest truth we can deduce without knowing exactly what happened, Yan Hai nodded. However, my suspicions about her cultivation have increased instead of abated, Wang Wei added. It's been so long, so it's possible for her to return to her peak secretly and hide it with the artifact. At the very least, she has returned to the Paragon realm. I guess Wrath will be disappointed, Wang Wei sighed. He knew of his intuition, so he was not surprised by this outcome. However, he shook his head and regained focus. He still had questions about the ultimate taboo. Ancestor, what about the other quitters? Wang Wei asked. Lu Chuntao cannot be the only one, right? They were hunted, she replied. By the two sons. Only a tiny portion of them, Yan Hai explained. Then who? Many cultivators did not have the ball to enter the taboo and waited outside, Yan Hai elaborated. They hunted these quitters to take their rewards or methods. So, there are people who did not participate in the events with methods. That's good to know. The number is not as high as you think, Yan Hai responded. Only the middle area rewarded incomplete methods, and few people could get their hands on one and get enough tickets to escape. Those capable people will not be killed easily, and that's not to mention no one can pry the information from their souls. You mean? There is a powerful restriction on this knowledge, so unless they open their mouth and willingly reveal it, no one can get it from their mind or souls, Yan Hai said. Wang Wei nodded. Grand Tao did its best to prevent these incomplete or flawed methods from spreading far and wide. What about the accumulated points you mentioned? We pass trials, accumulate points until the inner area where we should have been able to exchange for a perfect method. Should? Wang Wei asked, quite curious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1388 2500 Years, Unedited Chapter. Yan Hai showed a look of anger and frustration after hearing these words. That trial was bullshit. Although I don't remember much, I still remember it was nothing but bullshit. Calm down, ancestor, Wang Wei swiftly said. You don't understand, Yan Hai said with gritted teeth. After countless trials and tribulations, we finally reached the deepest part of the inner area and were given a choice: accept the flawed method or pass that bullshit trial to get a perfect method. But there was no perfect method. All the best talents and greatest minds of the Chaos Universe participated in the trial, and only 5 people survived. On top of that, we all failed. It was nothing but bullshit. Grand Dao did not want anyone with a perfect method, so he made that impossible trial. Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he may have triggered some bad memories for her. Luckily, she did not remember exactly what happened during the trial, or her reaction might have been more severe. You're right, ancestor, but there is nothing we can do now besides letting go, Wang Wei persuaded her. Yan Hai's chest rose up and down as she controlled her breathing to calm down. She snorted coldly to herself, her eyes displaying a sharp and intense killing intent that only she knew was the target. Is there anything else? No, Wang Wei replied. Although he had a few more questions, he did not dare ask. Yan Hai ended the communication, and Wang Wei finally breathed in relief. He took a moment to regain his composure before meeting Wrath again. I'm sorry, but I can't help you, Wang Wei said directly. Why? Wrath asked, and Wang Wei explained everything, including Lu Chuntao's past and his deduction. Maybe you're wrong, Wrath argued. After all, these are nothing but speculations. Even if that's true, I'm not willing to take the risk, at least, not now, Wang Wei replied calmly. By the time you're ready, it will be too late. Wang Wei shrugged at these words. Wang Wei, okay, don't say anything that will ruin our relationship, Wang Wei stopped her. Don't forget your mission to your people. You should focus on surviving this catastrophe and become stronger in the upcoming era. That's the only way you'll be able to protect the Neo-Demons. Wang Wei's words were sincere, and he hoped she would listen to him. Wrath stared at him before closing her eyes, exhaling deeply to calm down. You're extremely talented and have inherited the destiny of the devil race, meaning your future is very bright. However, you need time to grow and maybe even protection, so I recommend you join a faction, Wang Wei continued. Including your sect? Wrath asked, looking directly in the eyes. Yes, including mine, Wang Wei nodded. This is not the lower dimension, so you don't have to live with a chip on your shoulder. What the devil race has done was so long ago that few people care. And the ones who do remember do not care since they consider you guys losers. The only thing that may cause you problems is your identity as your master's disciple, but once people know Lu Chuntao has that artifact, no one will care about that. I see, Wrath nodded before turning around, preparing to leave. Wait. Is there anything else? Wang Wei frowned as he looked at her. Don't do stupid like trying to exchange the news about Lu Chuntao in exchange for rescuing these descendants. I want. Wang Wei sighed before snapping his finger. Chains materialized and caught Wrath before she could react. What is the meaning of this? Your eyes betrayed you, Wang Wei said. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you know how much is on my plate? Wang Wei complained. The last thing I need is for you to complicate the situation by making Lu Chuntao into an active chess player. The Heavenly Serpent Empress was still lying low-key and hiding in the shadows, which was beneficial to Wang Wei. So, the last thing he wanted was for Wrath's action to make her more active, maybe even turning her into his enemy. Are you going to kill me? Wrath asked calmly. Now that the truth was revealed, she accepted her fate. No, but I'll seal you, Wang Wei replied. He waved his hand, and she turned into a marble. Wang Wei sighed. He did many things for the devil race and fulfilled his promise to the primogenitor. But what has he gotten in return? Wang Wei was now sure that someone, most likely Heavenly Book, had stolen his fortunate encounter that contained the transcendent artifact. Why is my life so hard? Wang Wei complained before dissipating. Time passed, and a month passed by. Wang Wei was cultivating his flesh puppets in the blood pool. Then, he summoned Dolgun to check on Monk's progress. How long do you think it will take? Do you know what we're doing? Dolgun asked. I have some ideas, Wang Wei replied. The record said your clan was one of the most vengeful, and there is a reason for that. Dolgun nodded. The process takes time and requires a great price, so don't expect anything in the next few hundred years. That's really short, Wang Wei nodded approvingly. What he feared was that Monk would take too long. How confident is he? Monk has just acquired his current strength, so Wang Wei was worried about him. No need to worry. By the time the ceremony starts, he will be a full-fledged warrior with plenty of experience, Dolgun reassured. Is he going to inherit one of his ancestors' memory? Wang Wei asked. That's right, she nodded. I'm more reassured now, but that won't affect his personality, will it? I don't think so. You don't sound too reassured. He's doing things too fast, Dolgun admitted, hence her worries. However, this is the path he chose, so we'll support him. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Don't forget to remind me when it starts. No problem, Dolgun agreed. Oh, one more thing, I've successfully separated 20% of the heaven wills from the blood dragon's shadow. You did an excellent job, Wang Wei praised. Typically, this news would be something to celebrate, but things like heaven will are useless in the current era/situation. I would offer you a reward, but you understand. It's fine, Dolgun replied generously. In just a flash, 2,500 years passed. The world was still in chaos as the two major wars continued. The two suns' vessels have disappeared, fighting in the void battlefield and out of sight. Meanwhile, Taoism could barely hold on with support from the Earth Emperor. Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers have had two direct confrontations in the past 2 millennials, but anyone could tell they were testing ground rather than genuine battles. So, those two are ready to fight to the death. That's right, Red Mask reported. Five Feathers' curse has increased drastically after she finished the Heart-Soul Plague 200 years ago, and Undead Phoenix has lost too many people in such a short period. He cannot allow her to grow any more powerful. How the hell did she succeed so fast? And why is this plague so potent? Wang Wei asked. It was okay if she developed a plague that could affect non-immortal cultivators, but the latest news said this plague could even kill immortal sovereigns and Dao monarchs. That's why I'm here, Red Mask reported after a brief silence. Did something happen? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Sage Pure Flame disappeared. What do you mean he disappeared? It appeared the person we captured was a well-made clone, and I couldn't even tell the difference. You're telling me this now? Wang Wei asked with a harsh tone. That's because the clone suddenly disappeared less than a month ago, Red Mask reported. I wanted to recapture or find more information before reporting. Report these kinds of things to me as soon as possible, understood? Yes, sir. Wang Wei massaged his temple as he pondered. Are you saying the Five Feathers Plague is the same as Pure Flame? Not the same, but based on it. Did he give it to her himself? Did they do it voluntarily, or is he someone else's pawn? Something fishy is going on, but I can't wrap my head around it, Wang Wei muttered. How dangerous is this plague? Preliminary analysis is that we should be able to cure it, but it takes time, Red Mask responded truthfully. Time we may not have, Wang Wei rebutted. As expected, after a short peace, everything was rapidly going to shit. According to the original plan, we should have had our people participate in the creation so we could have a cure at hand to prevent it from going out of control. How is that going? I apologize, but something went wrong. Of course it did, Wang Wei complained. What exactly? None of our people participated in the final steps of its creation, Red Mask reported. We know that only 5 feathers and one other individual know the final formula, but we don't even know who that is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1389. The larger implications. Wang Wei contemplated his next move. 5 feathers must die, but he also cannot allow her plague to get out of control. Try to find the other person who knows the formula. Additionally, have the curse master study a sample, just in case. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Anything else? Wang Wei asked. We received news of signs of instability in the Great Chu dynasty. You said you received it. Yes, from Lady Sun Junyao. I see. Continue. There are signs that someone is trying to overthrow the Earth Emperor, Red Mask stated. Who? All signs point to the Empress. Her. But that doesn't sound like her personality, Wang Wei added as he remembered the knowledge he had about Shu Ren and his dynasty. When his clone was scheming against his downfall, he considered many possibilities, including using his family. That's right, Red Mask nodded. The information stated that someone may be behind the scenes and the Empress is just a discarded pawn. Are they trying to force Shu Ren and the third prince to fight? Wang Wei analyzed. But this tactic is too obvious and shouldn't work, unless we are missing a crucial detail. He stopped as he suddenly remembered something. Did we ever find out why Shu Ren tolerated the third prince? Sadly, no. Wang Wei nodded before looking in the distance. Everyone can feel it, he said. A pivotal moment is approaching, and Shu Ren is one of the only open variables left that can intervene and change things. We can't allow this, so let's give him something to do. Lord, what do you need me to do? Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Wang Wei added. By the way, how much of our information do we still rely on foreign agencies to acquire? Currently, more than 22% of our most valuable information comes from foreign agencies, with Lady Zunyo's being our primary source, Red Mask reported. 15%. It's lower than I anticipated, Wang Wei nodded. The last time he asked was before his 10,000 yuan epic retreat, and the number was as high as 36%. I will do my best to reduce that number, Red Mask promised. I never doubted you, Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. He closed his eyes to check on the mortals. The war has devastated the overall population, but the vastness of the world and the fact that many people actively protected mortals prevented the problem from reaching a higher level. However, Wang Wei knew these wars were just the beginning. Since Supreme Unity's goal is to wipe out the mortal population, the bastard won't stop at anything before accomplishing his goal. Wang Wei strongly believes that Supreme Unity never planned to allow any of the moons to die so soon. If not for Mithreya and Wang Wei's intervention, he would have eased the relationship between 5 Feathers and Undead Phoenix after their battle had killed enough mortals. He may still try this, Wang Wei analyzed. The good news for him is that the mortals have already built the Law Soul and a prototype of a Law weapon, meaning their civilization has reached Tier 7. Additionally, my theory was correct, Wang Wei thought. One of the mortals proposed a mad theory on how to control law in a large area. The rune community treated his paper as the words of a madman, but Wang Wei saw the idea/prototype of a law domain, which is something saints, Tier 8, can control in the origin cultivation system. I wonder whether Heavenly Tao realized it may have opened Pandora's box by allowing a mortal civilization that reaches Tier 9, Wang Wei analyzed. This decision may appear as if it was a sudden choice to pass this catastrophe, but Wang Wei was a visionary and could see the ramifications. For example, battles between 2 chaos worlds. Once 2 worlds fight, the true factor that decides victory is the top powerhouses. If one world has more primal or more paragons, their chances of winning a war are drastically higher. However, now, there was another possibility. In the future, the Eternal Ascension world can choose another way of winning. They can send the mortal civilizations to eradicate all the enemies, mortals and cultivators below Tier 10. Everyone knows the weaker cultivators are the backbone of any world, especially during war. They are the group that will eventually grow into emperors, empyreans, paragons, and primals. But what if that base is annihilated? In such a war, the Eternal Ascension world can just take its time and allow the damage acquired by its opponent to stack, since it can no longer train new soldiers and powerhouses. The way war is fought will forever be changed, Wang Wei analyzed. Such drastic change is not something Heavenly Tao can decide on its own. So, has Grand Tao allowed it? It makes sense. Grand Tao's only purpose is to guide the growth of the world. Mortal civilization's advantage was not only its war potential but the fact it drastically increased the talent pool of the cultivation system. The mortals in the Rune civilization are what comics in Wang Wei's past life usually referred to as peak humans. Their bodies, souls, and bloodlines have reached the limit of humanity, making them easier to cultivate once they are detected to have talents. The enlightened humans who have gained early access to spiritual power and can carve runes have great talents for spirit cultivation and professions. So, even if they don't have cultivation talent, their descendants are likelier to have such talents. If every chaos world had a mortal civilization, the chaos universe would receive a boom of prosperity, Wang Wei analyzed. With the advent of the Transcendent Era, such a boon might be necessary to ensure this new era is as prosperous as possible. However, are things so simple? Wang Wei can say for sure that 99% of worlds will reject the notion of giving such power to mortals. Non-immortal cultivators will never allow these ants to have the power to hurt them, and immortal cultivators already believe they are a different species from non-immortals, let alone mortals. Most of these people will not care about the overall benefit to their worlds or cultivation civilization since there was no direct benefit for them. Finally, there is also the fear that mortal civilization might reach the level of immortal. Although the possibility is relatively small, it is still possible. Such a fear is enough to stop most of these powerhouses. A few might succeed in spreading it in their areas, but the entire chaos world can't follow. Unless their worlds also faced a catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Or, they are invaded and see the benefit of this civilization. Wang Wei could predict Grand Tao's method. Even if he did not start the Third Origin War as expected, the upcoming Transcendent Era will be a time of war and strife throughout the Chaos universe. Transcendents also need resources, and unlike paragons, one Chaos world is not enough for even a single of them. In other words, the act of plundering will become routine. In fact, my analysis is just the bare surface, Wang Wei thought. The mortal civilization or the rune civilization is a perfect blend of science and technology and cultivation civilization, made accessible to mortals. In some ways, Grand Tao has used me as a pawn to assimilate the science and technology civilization of Earth or the prehistoric world. Wang Wei sighed. According to my predictions, Ying and I were not the only ones who reincarnated/transmigrated from Earth, so the others may also be pawns to assimilate other ideas or concepts from Earth. Wang Wei squinted. I probably was not the first one. Whether it's Buddhism or even the barbarian clan based on Mongolian, they were all probably created by Grand Tao after assimilating certain aspects of Earth. In other words, Earth is a source of inspiration for Grand Tao, just like it is to me, Wang Wei analyzed. I always assumed that Earth or the prehistoric world was protected, hence why Grand Tao never targeted it. While this may be true, there is also the possibility that Grand Tao values it more, that's why it never put its entire focus on targeting it. But one day, once Earth is no longer valuable, I fear what is to come is a full-on destruction campaign. Wait, no, there is another possibility. Why did I theorize I was a fate seed even back on Earth? It made no sense for someone from Earth to be chosen for the fate cardinal position, until now. Grand Tao wanted someone to take and execute these ideas from Earth, thus contributing to the Chaos Universe's prosperity. That's why I was one of the Fate Seeds. Damn it, how deep is this conspiracy? How much of my life was planned by that bastard? Wang Wei felt a rage overcoming him. His very existence was probably due to Grand Tao using its limited power inside the prehistoric world. The cracks that swallowed him were probably not an accident but an inevitable, even a test to determine whether he was the final Fate Seed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1390 Shu Ren's Bright Future. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. No, things are not as bad as I think, Wang Wei told himself. The moment I started my path to devour these purple orbs, I should have embarked on a path of breaking my fate. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to reassure himself, he had a logical analysis to arrive at this conclusion, and the answer was obvious: Hongjun. No matter how subtle and brilliant Grand Tao's plan was, Hongjun was a transcendent and should have detected some hints. There is no way Hongjun would have helped me if he had any suspicions that I was a Fate Seed, Wang Wei analyzed. So, what most likely happened was the other Fate Seeds were taken into the void, and Grand Tao's test was for them to survive for a period before taking them to reincarnation. However, I broke the mold of the test by surviving and turning into this soul monster. This caught Hongjun's attention, and he watched over. He was planning something himself and thought I may become a variable, so he invested a little protection and luck blessing. Wang Wei's eyes shine with golden brilliance, should not be too excited. I may have exceeded Grand Tao's test, but that did not change the fact I was branded with the Fate Seed title. In fact, my excellence meant I was the best choice for the job. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He needed to eliminate his status as a Fate Seed. I wanted to wait until I was about to achieve half-step transcendence before asking Grand Tao, but it seems this must be done before becoming a paragon. Additionally, I must prepare in case Grand Tao breaks the rule and refuses to tell me. If there is one lesson Wang Wei learned from previous experience is that he cannot rely on these powerful entities to be competent or keep their word. So, he needed a backup plan in case things went wrong. Wang Wei stopped theorizing and focused on the task at hand, checking on these mortals. He waved his hand, and a piece of information manifested in his palm. The rune body is finished, and it's usable to cultivators. This method should reduce the intensity of the war, but I cannot reveal it yet in case Supreme Unity makes countermeasures. He nodded in satisfaction before checking one last time. Most of these mortals were not training in mock battles in the Void Illusion realm to prepare for the upcoming war. Good, Wang Wei nodded. They are developing faster than I anticipated. He looked in the distance while muttering, Monk is ready, so all that's left is to distract Shu Ren. Great Chu Dynasty, 33 Nether Hell, Shu Ren sat on a black throne with souls and bones as an aesthetic. His eyes were closed as he checked the situation of this dimension, and the smile on the corner of his mouth showed what kind of mood he was in. Can this work? Shu Ren thought. His nether hell rapidly reached the finished stage after using 5 feathers method. Of course, another great contributor was these wars that allowed him to gather trillions upon trillions of souls. As long as I complete it and sacrifice his nether hell to the underworld, they should give me the Earth Emperor position, Shu Ren thought excitedly. And even if that doesn't work, my actions should be enough to become a Yama king. Shu Ren's smile deepened as he thought about his bright future. Shu Ren was not stupid and knew what a bleak future awaited him. His chi luck was rapidly decreasing, and a sense of doom loomed over him. Shu Ren knew that even if he survived this catastrophe, 2 fates awaited him, being Supreme Unity's pawn or the Human Emperor's pawn. However, this will be my way out, he analyzed. Either the Earth Emperor or the Yama King positions are enough to survive this catastrophe and escape my fate as a pawn. And that's not mentioning the benefits of strength. Although Shu Ren acted arrogant on the outside, he knew he had long reached the limit of his talent. Even with the world's resources, he could no longer make much progress. However, the destiny of the Earth Emperor or Yama King was enough for him to become a peak paragon, maybe even a primal. And this may not be my limit, Shu Ren thought with shining eyes. Previously, he knew his limit, so he never considered achieving such levels, but now, a seed called ambition was growing inside his heart. I need to calm down, Shu Ren reminded himself. The nether hell was close to completion but not there yet. But the question is how to perfect it. Do I need to understand Samsara Tao? No, I came so far without it. Maybe I can use more people with Earth Tao, or I could use the more extreme way, fuse enough souls into the place and force it to evolve naturally. These two approaches have merits, and they can be used simultaneously. The souls required would be astronomical, but luckily, this world lacks nothing but souls, Shu Ren thought. However, he always felt there were better ways, but he couldn't think of it. Forget it. Maybe it will come to me later on. Shu Ren teleported away, returning to his throne in Great Chu. He did not summon his ministers but only contacted his shadow. Report. Yes, Lord, the shadow knelt on one knee. Two major things, starting with this. He took out a scroll, and with a wave, the paper flew before Shu Ren. He immediately sneered after reading it. Taoism asked him to participate in this war directly, and this time, they were no longer playing around as they directly threatened him. Shu Ren wrote an edict ordering his military director to increase troops and resources to reinforce Taoism. He also asked his ambassador to use any excuse to explain his absence. The issue of soul gathering should be dealt with now, Shu Ren thought, hiding the smile on his face. What's next? The shadow handed him an information talisman. The Empress has committed treason. Shu Ren asked. It seems that some people treat me as stupid. Lord, do you want me to investigate? No need. The shadow looked at him confusingly. It's time for me to deal with my unfilial third son, Shu Ren replied calmly. And they just handed me the perfect reason. Shu Ren sneered. His son has been safe for so long for two interconnected reasons. The bastard allied himself with the great Qin dynasty and successfully schemed to take control of a significant part of his 33 nether hell. But now that the thing was about to be complete and Shu Ren saw the hope of escaping his fate, it was time to destroy that annoying pest. His third son has always portrayed himself as filial to his mother, making her the best direction to deal with him. Swish! Shu Ren frowned as he looked at the shadowy figure in the room that appeared out of nowhere. You better have a good reason to interrupt my meeting. Lord, there is an emergency. What is it? Imperial consort Shu Shu has fallen into a coma. What? Shu Ren stood up, his body instinctively released a terrifying aura. What do you mean by this? However, he did not wait for an answer before teleporting to the flawless Phoenix Palace. He saw Shu Shu lying in bed with countless maids around her, most of whom were trembling. What happened here? No one answered him, which riled up Shu Ren even more. He was about to kill someone when the handmaid reacted fast enough by kneeling on the floor. Your Majesty, forgive us, we don't know what happened. The lady was eating her meals when she felt ill. Did someone poison her? I don't think so. I tested the food, even drunk it myself, the headmaid swiftly replied. I found no poison. Shu Ren had calmed down somewhat as his divine sense did not detect anything wrong with the food on the table. You better hope this has nothing to do with you, he warned, not hiding his killing intent. Shu Ren approached her, ready to check her current situation. Your Majesty, the primary shadow suddenly appeared before him. Let me do it. This is not the time for your nonsense. In times like these, it's best to be careful, the shadow continued. Get out of the way before I kill you, Shu Ren snapped. Your Majesty, I insist, the shadow replied, his eyes firmer than ever in his life. He was prepared to die, but he could not allow his Majesty to be the one investigating this woman. A scythe manifested behind Shu Ren, ready to annihilate this disobedient subordinate. However, the look in the shadow's eyes made him stop. Yes, this is not the time to act on emotions. He exhaled to calm down before canceling his technique. Go ahead, he ordered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1391 Shu Shu's fate. The shadow took a deep breath before slowly walking over Shu Shu's body. He carefully extended his divine sense, scanning every part of her body. Usually, such an intimate act would be considered a violation of a person's privacy. As a subordinate of the emperor, he should never know the body of an imperial consort so vividly unless he was a doctor. However, the situation was different, and since it involved the emperor's body, the shadow had to cross the line. Well? Shu Ren asked after seeing the shadow frown and not uttering a word. Her existence is collapsing, the shadow replied. What? Such a severe injury? Shu Ren asked. The anger he had previously controlled immediately resurfaced. So, someone did get to her. I'm afraid not, the shadow explained. What are you saying? The shadow was quiet. Now you want to be quiet. Shu Ren roared, releasing his killing intent to the shadow again, making him kneel on the ground. Explain what you discovered. The imperial consort is a failed experiment, after all. The foundation of her existence is the concept of perfection, and since she was not appropriately made, it is not collapsing. Shu Ren clenched his hands after hearing this. He had forgotten about this fact. Most perfection experiments do not last long, and the few successful ones usually require the subjects to cultivate to a high enough level to make up for their flaws. Shu Shu had no cultivation and could live for so long because Shu Ren fed her many immortal pills. The worst part is that she cannot cultivate herself in the current situation. Do you have any solutions? Shu Ren asked. For now, we can only return her to. The shadow stops as he remembers the emperor destroyed the dimension Shu Shu was found in case something was wrong with it. The worst part is it was the shadow's suggestion. We can only temporarily seal her to prevent the collapse. Maybe the scholars will have a method. Shu Ren calmed down before walking to her. He finally checked himself, and without hesitation, he tried to inject some of his powers into her body. However, his actions seemed to accelerate the process as a quarter of Shu Shu's hair suddenly turned white. Shu Ren immediately stopped his actions. Summon the dynasty's brightest mind. I need an answer before the sun rises, Shu Ren ordered, his gaze not leaving her side. One more thing, the news cannot leave this hall. As you wish, the shadow nodded before summoning a sword. After massacring all the maids present, he summoned these scholars and enlightened beings. Under the threat of death, these scholars gave Shu Ren two solutions. He sat on his throne, contemplating their words. The first solution was unusable since Shu Ren knew he would lose Shu Shu if he dared show her before supreme unity. If he asked Taoism for help, the best scenario was that they would use her to control him, and he would still lose her in the end. Are you sure we don't have any resources for perfection Dao? Shu Ren asked his Minister of Finance who was in charge of the dynasty's treasury. His Majesty, as I said, these things are rare, and we don't have any at hand. But I remember we had a few crystals that contained some essence of perfection. You gifted them to Sun Junyao, the minister replied. Her. Shu Ren's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, her. As long as I get my hands on her and refine her blood and soul, I should be able to perfect Shu Shu and save her life. Shu Ren looked at the shadow, it's your job to find her as soon as possible, no matter the price we have to pay. Your Majesty, our chances at finding that woman are not high, especially in such a short window. It's your job to make the impossible possible, Shu Ren snapped. I will do my best, but I suggest we focus on finding the remains of other people experimenting on perfection. Such an approach has a higher chance of success. Do both, Shu Ren ordered with a slightly raised voice. He then turned to another team in the meeting. How long will the seal last? The team looked at each other before the leader was forced to step forward and explain. If we are lucky, about 200 years. So little. How can you guys be so useless? Pardon us, Your Majesty, but we have no knowledge about perfection, and this is the best we can do, the leader, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and yellow dress, swiftly answered. He wanted to tell His Majesty that his previous actions drastically shortened the imperial consort's time, but he did not dare. Shu Ren grunted. You said if we were lucky, what about if we're not? Less than 30 years. Are you serious? Shu Ren asked, almost losing control. 30 years might be long for mortals, but for being on his level, it cannot even be compared to seconds. No, time is too short. We need better solutions. Shu Ren looked at these scholars, releasing his killing intent. They immediately knelt on the ground while yelling, Your Majesty, we have tried our best. It's not enough, Shu Ren replied coldly. Give me solutions or die. We have no more solutions. However, Shu Ren ignored them while slowly increasing the pressure. To say the tension in the room was palpable is an understatement. Finally, one scholar desperately yelled, We can try to let her cultivate. Stop speaking nonsense, the others yelled. This might be the only choice, the scholar argued. The others wanted to kill this bastard since his words could get all of them killed. Bastard, how is that a solution? No one in this world can cultivate, so unless you've suddenly surpassed the 2 suns, shut the hell up. We can ask Taoism for an exception. And you think they will agree? They might. Bastard, you're going to get us killed. Big Nose Chin, if I die, I will curse all 18 generations of your ancestors. You. Silence. Shu Ren yelled. He pondered briefly. Taoism has been asking for cooperation, so he might ask them for this favor in return. The issue is hiding Shu under their watch while using this favor. This might work, Shu Ren muttered. Your Majesty, it won't work, said another scholar. What do you mean? We considered this possibility, even theorizing using a battle technique that temporarily increases her fleshly body to stabilize the situation, the scholar explained, and Shu Ren nodded. He knew the lock's cultivation restrictions had a flaw involving boosting techniques or battle skills. However, the result of our calculations was that such an approach would accelerate the imperial consort's existence. In fact, any attempts to heal her that do not involve perfection will only bring her harm. Shu Ren's face contorted out of sheer anger. He looked at Big Nose Chin. So, you lied to me. I. Big Nose Chin stuttered. He only said these words to buy them enough time to survive today's events. At worst, he could take this opportunity to escape. Big Nose Chin tried his hardest to find an explanation, but Shu Ren did not give him the chance. His body exploded into a blood pool, splurging the throne room. A few bold people with enough status blocked the blood with an invisible shield, but most people did not dare move and allowed their bodies to be stained. Shu Ren slouched on his throne while massaging his temple. Everyone disperse and do what you're supposed to do. He realized killing these scholars wouldn't change his current predicament, so he could only wait for news from his shadow. Shu Ren never left Shu's side, waiting for news. A few weeks later, the shadow sent news they had found something, but it was a trial. Sadly, no one could get the information it contained without passing the trial. Shu Ren did not want to waste time, so he tried to use his overwhelming strength to take it forcefully, but the thing self-destructed, almost injuring him. After that, he had to be patient. The scholars reviewed the history, trying to find any information about ancient cultivators interested in the path of perfection. Sadly, Time Eater did an excellent job erasing most of history, making Shu Ren regret not keeping more records. He considered getting the information from these ancient lineages, but he dared not invade their sect without backing from the others. Shu Ren's luck seems to have run out as Shu Shu's collapse accelerated, meaning he did not even have 200 years. 15 years passed, and just as she was about to die and Shu Ren was about to become mad, Shadow brought him good news. What good news? Hurry and hand it over, Shu Ren said as soon as he teleported to their meeting room. However, the Shadow hesitated. What is it? Is there something wrong with what you found? It seems too coincidental, the Shadow replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1392 Double Strike Attack, what are you talking about? Shu Ren asked, not hiding his impatience. Your Majesty, all I'm saying is to consider why we suddenly discovered this thing at the last minute while you're desperate. I don't have time for your nonsense. Hand it over. Your Majesty, Shu Ren waved his hand, and the Shadow rushed to him without any resistance. The Earth Emperor held him by the neck, his eyes red with intense killing intent. You've tried my patience long enough. So, while I still have the last bit of respect for all your years of service, do as I say before I massacre you and everyone you love. I understand. The Shadow handed him a talisman, and Shu Ren immediately received the information. The talisman painted a generic story. A paragon once became obsessed with the concept of perfection and dabbled in the subject. The result was a flawed product, but like a cliché romance novel, the creator fell in love with its creation. However, the creation also experienced the same fate as Shu Shu, so the creator created a technique called the life extension art. He linked his existence to hers, allowing his life to sustain hers. This method allowed him to prolong her life long enough to search for a better or permanent cure. Shu Ren looked at this talisman and understood the Shadow's hesitation. The life extension art can save Shu Shu, but it's at the cost of his life. The good news is that this technique is not advanced enough, meaning that Shu Ren can use one of his longevity resources to pay the price of his death. However, if he does not find a solution, he might kill himself to save her. So, he hesitated briefly on whether to use this method. No, I must save her, he concluded in less than 10 seconds. He had never met a woman like Shu Shu, a woman who truly gets him. Not to mention, he was close to achieving his goal, and he needed an empress to rule by his side. He did not care much about his current dynasty empress or all his other concubines since his relationship with these people was primarily transactional. Only Shu Shu was the true love of his life. Shu Ren disappeared, leaving the Shadow who seemed to want to say something. He took Shu Shu to a private room and immediately executed the life extension art. The world entered a time of quiet for another 20 years. However, everyone was waiting for the climax of the current conflict. Wang Wei floated in the air in his secret dimension, with the word worry clearly written on his face. The current report about the spread of the curse plague was far from good. The Fate Shadow Guard or any agency he contacted has not found the person responsible for the curse's formula. The only good news is that the Overlords and other ancient lineages realized this curse might be a problem, so they worked together to barricade Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers territory. No one or nothing can leave these areas without being captured and checked for any plagues. It really feels like I'm playing with fire, Wang Wei grunted. He started regretting giving Five Feathers that suggestion. In the past few years, he gathered all the resources he had to gather many lineages together to study that plague as soon as possible. They have made rapid progress, but according to the current schedule, there won't be any results for a few yuan epochs unless something unexpected occurs. Wang Wei wanted to complain. He had prepared for a situation of the plague getting out of control, but he never accounted for Sage Pure Flame as a variable. When he made his plans, Sage Pure Flame was a neutralized opponent and no longer a threat or chess player. But no, something had to happen. Has it finally started? The two lovebirds started fighting and were not messing around this time. It had only been a few seconds, and Undead Phoenix had already received a few minor injuries. Her strength should be up to 95%, but it's unstable, Wang Wei analyzed. The potency of Five Feathers' attack fluctuated from 92% to 95%, and sometimes 999%. The battle quickly intensified, with Five Feathers slowly increasing her advantage. It looked like she was about to win, but the madness from all the sins means it's easier to find her flaw and counterattack, Wang Wei analyzed. However, Undead Phoenix's mindset is also not the best. He felt angry and aggrieved that her strength had surpassed hers after everything they'd experienced. His pride and ego cannot accept this fact. Five Feathers summoned a colossal dark phoenix that burned with the power of flame and negative karma. This was a big attack, prepared to either end this fight immediately or do as much damage as possible. Undead Phoenix reacted swiftly, finally controlling his emotions in the face of death. He discovered one of his opponent's flaws and targeted it. He invaded her soul, trying to use her madness against her. Unfortunately for him, this was a trap. Five Feathers was not as mad as she appeared, so she laid the trap for him, and he walked out. As soon as he invaded her sea of consciousness, he received a counterattack in the form of an invasion by ghosts and grieving souls, making Undead Phoenix fall into a terrifying illusion. Under normal circumstances, Undead Phoenix's understanding and application of the soul should be leagues above his opponent. But Five Feathers relied on sheer brute force. She bombarded him with enough souls and grievances that even Undead Phoenix could not respond in time. Everyone thought they were about to witness the first climax of this war as they watched that dark phoenix envelop Undead Phoenix. However, something unexpected occurred at the last minute. Sounds of chantings and drums echoed between heaven and earth, followed by a projection of a temple. Then, Undead Phoenix disappeared. Most people were confused, but only a few knowledgeable people recognized that temple. They all had one thing on their minds: the Vendetta ceremony. These people understood that someone else was brave enough to take a piece of the pie, and it seems they might have taken a significant chunk. Good, Wang Wei muttered. Monk has finally taken action, and Shu Ren is distracted. It's time to move. He wasted no time before summoning the meat puppets he would use. Wang Wei did not put his soul into the thing due to the risk of the next course of action. Instead, he created a pseudo-soul that was the amalgam of many of his spirit particles. There were many restrictions on using this body in such a manner, but he only cared that he could use Paragon tier strength and that it was safe. Wang Wei then closed his eyes to control the body remotely. His new body then entered the river of time. Wang Wei was already on guard, expecting an assassination attempt. However, nothing occurred. Really? Nothing? He sneered. Others might be unable to detect that chrono fluctuation, but I would never believe Time Eater didn't. So, why didn't he take this opportunity to stop or confront me? Is he trying to appear as if the seal was effective? Wang Wei's sneer increased. He might believe Time Eater had no other ways to intervene in the world's affairs but not in the river of time. Your absence reveals more than your presence. Wang Wei took note of this before focusing on the river before him. He suddenly sensed a gaze full of animosity that made his blood boil, but it was soon replaced by a more soothing one. Okay, Mithraea, you didn't let me down this time. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a rune. It was Five Feathers' time mark. During her battle, this mad woman forgot to hide her time mark, allowing Wang Wei's chrono spirit to detect it. Now, he had isolated her timeline to prepare for the next step. He jumped into the river, turning into a humongous fish, swimming against the river torrents. Wang Wei sensed great resistance the more he swam, but that was to be expected. The older someone is, the harder it is to kill them from the river of time. Additionally, he was not a true paragon, thus limiting his abilities. Luckily, one of the core training focuses his wife ensured he had enough knowledge about was in this regard. So, Wang Wei used some of the things he had learned from her. His fish body grew wings before flying into the sky and landing in the water. Wu Hong warned him not to fly directly to his destination while navigating the river of time unless he's a primal paragon, but he could use this method to make traveling easier. Soon, Wang Wei reached his destination and entered the Eternal Ascension world. His gaze soon caught a young Five Feathers talking flirtatiously to someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1393 The Secrets of the Infinite Trichiliocosm, unedited chapter. The person Five Feathers was flirting with was probably not Undead Phoenix, given how uncomfortable the latter appeared. Is that the best friend? Wang Wei thought. He shook his head, not caring about such detail. This period should be close to when she took Undead Phoenix's talent, Wang Wei analyzed. Five Feathers was currently in the middle stages of the Empyrean realm, meaning she should have felt the shackle of her talent and wanted a way out. I thought I would have landed when she was close to becoming a paragon, Wang Wei thought. The weaker Five Feathers was, the easier it was for him to accomplish his goal. However, the fact that he missed his descending mark by such a large margin indicates his poor navigation skill in the river of time. Well, that can't be helped, Wang Wei reassured himself. He was a poor imitation of a paragon, which limited many of his abilities. So, he decided not to be too harsh on himself. He also warned himself to become a paragon as soon as possible. Let's not waste time, Wang Wei thought before acting. He pointed at the young Five Feathers but suddenly stopped as he sensed something. His chronospirit detected an anomaly in the river of time. Did she finally discover something and wanted to stop it? Someone was rapidly approaching this timeline, and Wang Wei realized it was Five Feathers' chronospirit. Since it was her timeline, her ability to mobilize protection was much faster than Wang Wei's. Unfortunately, it's too late. With one thought, the young Five Feathers dissipated to the horror of the uncomfortable young man. Wang Wei heard the unwilling roar of the chronospirit, but he did not care. His mind focused on the repercussions of Five Feathers' death. This woman is someone who has a significant effect in the Eternal Ascension world's timeline, meaning the death of her past life should have created butterfly effects with devastating causes. But, from what I know, when I return, she will die, but the effects of her past self dying won't matter in the slightest. The young Five Feathers' death should have drastically altered the timeline. For example, she would no longer be one of the 8 moons, thus fundamentally an entire era of the Eternal Ascension world. I know this is the purpose of isolating her time mark, but how does this really work? Wang Wei thought as he closed his eyes, trying to understand what was happening. He had many theories, and the one he favored the most was cause and effect. The cause of Five Feathers' death should have catastrophic effects, changing an entire era. However, by isolating her time marks, the effects were altered to her future self dying without affecting anything else. So, that's how it is, Wang Wei muttered as he figured it out. His theory was correct but also wrong. This process involved cause and effect, but Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not directly overwrite causality to make these deaths make sense. Instead, it is an underlying program of the river of time. Instead, the effects of the death of young Five Feathers were divided into 2. The first part, which involved changing an entire era and countless lives, was transferred by creating another timeline. Then, the second part, which involved the death of her future self, was transferred to the primordial timeline. In simple terms, another timeline bore the drastic effects, while the primordial timeline was responsible for a minor part. A brilliant design, Wang Wei praised as this epiphany increased his understanding of Time Dao and the River of Time. Was this grand Taoist design or something else it borrowed from Earth? Wang Wei had his reasons for his doubts. A multiverse is defined as countless universes with lives and different rules, societies, cultures, etc. That also means that the composition of the chaos universe with countless chaos worlds is a form of the multiverse. Since the chaos universe was already a multiverse, why was there a need for the infinite Trichiliocosm with parallel timelines? This idea is something that is more common in Earth's science fiction than in a typical cultivation novel. As soon as Wang Wei asked this question, he had an answer. The existence of the infinite Trichiliocosm has made this chaos universe exponentially larger than a regular chaos universe, and large size means more population, which also translates to more talents and, more importantly, more possibilities for growth and evolution. While there are many benefits to such a vast world, there should also be a major flaw: control, he analyzed. The chaos universe itself was already too large, and adding countless more timelines was a recipe for trouble when trying to control such a grand area. No matter how powerful Grand Tao is, it's only pseudo-omniscient and omnipotent, and such a large world can easily give birth to unknown or uncontrollable variables, especially since Grand Tao has to operate under certain specific rules. The separation of the primordial timeline and the rest was probably Grand Tao's solution at keeping the highest form of control, Wang Wei analyzed. However, this fact also showed that countless secrets and horrors exist in the infinite Trichiliocosm. Wang Wei looked forward to his exploration of the endless timelines. However, he understood that his current strength was far from enough. He regained his focus, and another thought popped into his mind. This epiphany is enough to increase my cultivation by a little, so, can I cultivate in this place? The answer was immediate: no. He had already sensed the rejection of this era, and his intuition warned him of danger if he stayed here for any longer. Wang Wei did not waste time and returned to his time node, but he did not immediately descend to the Eternal Ascension world. Instead, he wanted to see if he could find a loophole in the lock and cultivate directly in the River of Time. Sadly, someone soon proved to him this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei sat cross-legged, an illusory creature with an illusory body that emanated a potent chrono-energy appeared in the distance. The creature looked at him with incredible vitriol before rushing toward him. Wang Wei recognized the time wraiths and prepared for battle, but a golden light appeared and destroyed the creature. It can't be, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, Supreme Unity has controlled a few wraiths to patrol our branch of the River of Time, a soothing voice entered his mind. He's very thorough, Wang Wei replied with gritted teeth. Indeed, but forget that for now. You can't stay here. I don't need long, Wang Wei swiftly said. I just need to summon my main body, and will return after regaining his previous cultivation. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Maitreya asked. Although I have the advantage over him here, don't forget, this place doesn't belong to me. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered the River of Time was the jurisdiction of the Cardinals. Maitreya might be powerful, but she's just a slightly bigger ant before these people. And if he thought about this logically, the Cardinals are just the surface danger of this place. He was sure many other transcendents were exploring this place, and who knows whether he would encounter one. No, with his terrible luck, he would definitely meet one. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. However, he did not return home. Precisely, this body did not. It was already on the verge of collapse, so Wang Wei accelerated the process. He also actively abandoned the spirit particles he invested in this body. Although he was confident Supreme Unity could not do anything to it in Maitreya's domain, he did not want to risk it. Wang Wei opened his eyes in the secret dimension and quickly sealed his epiphany in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Then, the first sight that caught his eye was the sky turning red, followed by a grand celebration of heaven and earth. A massive amount of invisible luck and destiny rushed into his body. 10% of my chi luck dragon just turned transparent. His white chi luck dragon had a part of its tail that slowly became illusory. Is this what transcendent luck looks like? Interesting. Wang Wei was interested in this sudden change in his luck, especially since he always had the ability to turn his luck completely black. Such a deep mystery about luck/destiny might give him inspiration or another epiphany about luck Dao. However, this was not the time for that. The world already knew about Five Feathers' downfall, meaning the next part of this event was the plunder of her palace and territory. Wang Wei had already mobilized his people, so he needed to get there before others could react and get the most benefit. Wang Wei took over another body and rushed over. The entry to the Five Feathers Palace was easier than Blood Dragon's because the people inside hadn't reacted to her sudden death. Without activating any protected formation, Wang Wei and his team barged in and started killing everyone they saw while taking treasures. However, the rest of the world also reacted faster than when the Blood Dragon died and quickly began their plunder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1394 The Vendetta Ceremony. Undead Phoenix looked around him. He was now in an endless white space, with illusory temples floating above his head and a constant drumming sound. Where am I? Welcome to the Vendetta Ceremony, Monk said as he appeared before him, wearing nothing but pants. Usually, warriors participating in this ceremony would wear full armor, but he opted for this simple and rudimentary approach. It's you, Undead Phoenix. What have you done? I'm sure you've heard of our ceremony. Isn't that one of the reasons the Earth Emperor tried so hard to find excuses to pursue us? I'm sure you discussed this, and probably Time Eater instigated it in the first place. Undead Phoenix was quiet since Monk was correct. The barbarian race was long deemed too much of a threat because of many of their weird ceremonies, so Time Eater tasked them to deal with them. Ultimately, the Earth Emperor accepted the task as he thought they would make a great addition to his dynasty. Do you think you can defeat me? Undead Phoenix sneered. Even with my injuries, you're still no match for me. No need to worry about that, Monk replied. Do you know the price for using the Vendetta ceremony? 20% of our clan's luck, Monk replied without giving him a chance to answer. That's why we rarely use it unless we have a true vendetta or facing a life-and-death foe. However, people do not know that if we sacrifice an additional 10% in the ceremony, we can lower the enemy's cultivation to the same as their challengers. Although this does not apply to primal paragons, the effects are still wonderful. Undead Phoenix's face turned ugly. Could he defeat Monk while in the same cultivation realm? He was not confident in himself. What? Feeling unconfident? Monk mocked. I thought your hobby was to play and torture geniuses. Could it be that you can only bully people weaker than you? You. Wang Wei once said something about you that I remember to this day. He said you either die as a hero or live long enough to become the villain. These words perfectly summarize your life story, doesn't it? Regardless, it is still sad. Are you looking down on me? Undead Phoenix asked with gritted teeth. Of course I am, Monk replied. A genius like you should have had a bright future. In fact, it's obvious you're in the current situation out of your own doing. My own doing. If not that bitch, that's not what I mean, Monk cut him off. Some people might blame you for not seeing her true self, but I understand that love is blind. I believe most people who genuinely love someone could experience the same fate as you. Your failure was not falling in love or giving your heart to the wrong person. Your failure was how you reacted afterward. Despite a severe foundation, you did the impossible and became a paragon. Couldn't you have just killed her and taken back what she stole from you? By then, she would have just become one of the many catastrophes you overcame in your long and prosperous cultivation journey. Do you think I didn't try? Undead Phoenix snapped back. By the time I had the strength, she was already the darling of the Phoenix clan, fully under their wings. When they realized she was a fraud, they still protected her as long as she never left her clan. What about your time in the Moon Council? The Suns prevented infighting, and Time Eater encouraged balancing each other, Undead Phoenix justified himself. All I'm hearing are excuses, Monk replied. You had plenty of opportunities during your time at the Moon Council, especially in the early period when the Suns were still experiencing their transformation. With a little bit of caution, you could have killed her swiftly and run away. However, the damage she did to you was more than physical. You became cautious and timid, always waiting for the right time to strike, but that time never came. Then, the power of the Moon Council further corroded your fighting spirit to the point of almost destroying your hatred for her. The next step was simple to deduce. You started abusing geniuses as a replacement for her and to deal with the disgust you have for yourself for what you've become. Ultimately, your downfall was because you never overcame the mental strains 5 feathers left on you. Undead Phoenix looked at him with ferocious eyes. If he had the power to kill with his eyes, Monk would have died by now after experiencing all the torture known to the world. Remember this, the Barbarian King said. This is your last chance to leave a positive footnote in history. Although it will only be accompanied by my legend, you can still make your death glorious. And depending on how brilliant my story becomes, history will have something positive to say about you as the first paragon I slaughtered. Undead Phoenix took a deep breath to calm down. Do you have to do this? If you die, your clan will lose 30% of their luck. Such a blow in such a chaotic time is enough to wipe them off. Your words cannot affect me mentally, Monk replied calmly. He had enough confidence in his victory, and the reward was all of Undead Phoenix's luck and destiny. Yes, dying in this ceremony is true death, and no longevity resources can help. But we have reached this point, and you're still trying to weasel your way out of it, Monk said. It is not happening. Remember what I said, this is your last chance. Burn your last glory and return to the genius you once were, and give me a legendary battle for the history books. Monk's eyes turned red, and his body released a similar aura. However, it was not his previous aura of intimidation and kingly atmosphere. His aura was more barbaric, savage, and cruel. It was like he was another person, like he was the embodiment of the god of war. Wang Wei arrived before a broken door and immediately frowned. Wang Qi and Dulgun flew over, and their expression already told him what had happened. It's gone, he asked. Yes, someone already got to it, Wang Qi nodded. 2 people, to be exact, Dulgun added. They fought briefly before separating. It's a shame we couldn't get the treasure, but I got my hands on 5 Fetahers person space, so that's more than enough, Wang Wei nodded. Let's reunite with the others before separating. Switch. Red Mask's projection appeared in the room. What's the result? Someone invaded their orb while we were taking the information, she reported. We fought, and our guard could only keep half. Red Mask did not hide her annoyance at the Lord. If not for his order to not show up with her actual body, they would not have suffered such humiliation. Do you know who they were? All the assailants were women and had a unique aura, so they were either from Lady Sun Junyao or Sunshine Pavilion, but I'm betting on the latter since these people refused our offers to share the information. Wang Wei frowned. Forget them for now. Since you arrived first, you should have gotten the information I wanted, right? It wasn't there, Red Mask reported. The first thing our agent did was to use divination to find the location of the plague's formula, but no matter what technique we used, the answer was negative. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned, so I searched manually, but there is a high chance that 5 feathers never recorded the plague curse formula. In other words, I still have to clean up the mess left behind. Well, technically speaking, the mess I created, Wang Wei groaned. There is some good news, Wang Qi added. We've captured several professionals, including many curse masters who worked on the plague. That is better than nothing, Wang Wei nodded. He had his people participate in the creation, so he understood most of the plague except for the last formula that made it so deadly. Alright, everyone can disperse. Remember to move the coordinates of your mortal civilization base. The last thing we need now is for them to be discovered by anyone. Yes, sir. One more thing, if nothing unexpected occurs, Undead Phoenix should also be dead. There is no need to participate in the plunder. Wang Qi was briefly silent before saying, I'll relay your orders. Thank you, Dulgun bowed. We're allies, aren't we? Don't worry. The barbarian clan always treats its friend with the utmost sincerity. Wang Wei waved his hand before leaving. He, of course, covered his track. Back at his sanctum, he summoned the most remarkable find of this plundering, a green ring with designs of tree barks. A ring made from the main branch of a life source tree. It should have fallen from Five Feathers' hand as she disappeared, Wang Wei commented. This ring was a third-level longevity ring, meaning he now had an extra life. Although this ring was probably useless before transcendent entities, its existence allowed him to be bolder in many of his operations. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1395 A Genius Last Farewell. Wang Wei did not immediately put the ring on. Instead, he activated the slight remaining obsession he discovered attached to it. It's you, screeched a female voice. Are you so afraid of death? Wang Wei asked while looking at this obsession of 5 feathers that lingered on. It's your fault, it's everyone's fault, she continued. I was so close to killing him and proving to the world I did the right thing, to prove I was better than him. Why did you have to intervene? So, her obsession is about Undead Phoenix's death. That's good news, Wang Wei thought. He had a team researching the power of obsession from the Grand Mist Gang Lord, but he never actively participated due to his busy schedule. As such, he was not too confident in dealing with 5 feathers obsession, even if it was a minor one. It's ironic how tragic your and Undead Phoenix's life was, but you haven't even realized it. Wang Wei shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think what happened between you two was an accident? Wang Wei sneered, and 5 feathers looked at him incredulously. We live in a world where everybody is a pawn of someone else, Wang Wei continued. Undead Phoenix was the most talented loose cultivator of his time, and people even called him a primal seed. However, who would most likely benefit if he were to become a primal paragon one day? The Limitless Exchange Hall, 5 feathers replied with an ugly expression. The minimum requirement for an overlord is the 2 primals, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a cultivator, Wang Wei explained. The Origin Seal Continent's second primal is a magnificent puppet, and the Limitless Exchange Hall discovered a formation that could boost a peak primal to that level. However, the appearance of Undead Phoenix brought them hope to become a true overlord, and not the weakest. But he wasn't a member of the Limitless Exchange Hall, 5 feathers argued. He knew Undead Phoenix had rejected their offers more than once. Wasn't he? Wang Wei rebutted. Most of his resources originated from them, and he had a teacher relationship with some of the top paragons and even met their primal once. All signs indicate that once Undead Phoenix experiences something that shows him the value of having a powerful lineage backing him, he will run to the Limitless Exchange Hall without hesitation. Everyone knew this, so how could the other overlord allow their competitor to become more powerful? That's not enough to prove what you're saying. 5 feathers argued with an ugly expression. Alright, let me ask you something else, Wang Wei continued with a playful smirk. You were once a paragon. Do you think the technique you used to take his talent was something ordinary? 5 feathers' pale body almost collapsed after hearing these words. Anything that can help someone become a paragon is valuable beyond words can explain. Yet, someone like you with above-average luck got his hands on something so rare, and I'm guessing it was pretty easy, too. 5 Feathers was silent. In fact, if you think about it enough, there are even more layers to this, Wang Wei said. After you become a paragon, the demon race did not even notice that you had reached the limit of your potential and treated you like a heaven chosen by pouring countless resources into you. Tell me, what kind of method can fool one of the overlords? 5 Feathers felt her world collapsing. My theory is that your role as a pawn was even bigger than just destroying the limitless exchange hall's future, Wang Wei added. That cultivation method was probably meant to turn you into a cultivation cauldron. After being nourished by the demon race's resources, the person behind the scenes would have appeared and absorbed your cultivation, probably to reinforce their foundation and increase their chances of becoming a primal. Wang Wei sighed. It was a brilliant move. I wonder who was behind it. My first instinct is to say my ancestor, but I also know there are many brilliant minds in the Overlords, and it could have been any of them. No, you're talking nonsense, 5 Feathers denied. If you were telling the truth, why did no one come to collect their cauldron? Because you were lucky, Wang Wei responded. The person was probably busy with the Second Origin War, and they died in the ultimate taboo immediately afterward. While in limbo, the world changed drastically, and you became one of the moons, thus escaping your fate. No, it can't be. My theory is verifiable, Wang Wei casually said. You should have kept a copy of the technique, right? I only need to understand it, and I'll know whether you were turned into a cauldron or not. 5 Feathers was quiet. She did not utter another word but returned to the ring. So, collapsing an obsession's worldview and spirit can affect them, duly noted, Wang Wei thought. He was telling the truth, but that did not stop him from gathering more information on obsession. He summarized what happened and sent it to the study team. He then focused on other things. He first discarded the body he was using before returning his soul to his original body. Wang Wei feared an attack from the obsession, so he stayed in that body in case he needed to fight back. He prepared the next one he would use from the blood pool before focusing on something else, the plague curse. He waved his hand to summon 2 captured cultivators, a woman and a man. The curse attached itself to their immortal mansion and inner worlds, slowly destroying them from the source of their power, Wang Wei analyzed. He pointed to these people and destroyed their cultivation level. He then isolated the curse in their soul to a small area before cutting it off. Lastly, Wang Wei injected life energy into their bodies to keep them safe. The decaying aura of these subjects rapidly dissipated, but that was only for a few seconds. The curse returned, Wang Wei observed, not surprised. Their main problem was this issue: the curse always returns less than a few seconds after being dealt with. Is the problem their existence? Wang Wei thought. He raised his palm to condense his perfect aura before forcefully fusing it into the subjects' bodies. Such a rough approach has basically killed these two, but this was not Wang Wei's priority right now. A perfect existence means no curse should be able to affect them, but Wang Wei waited, and as expected, after a few minutes, their cursed status returned. It is as the report said, the curse has a potent source, and without understanding what it is or directly removing it, the curse will continue to replicate and spread, Wang Wei grunted. He realized he needed to find Sage Pure Flame as soon as possible, or the world might indeed be doomed. There is one good news from this small experiment, Wang Wei thought. He discovered that a perfection aura could delay the curse's return. So, in the worst-case scenario, he could work with Sun Junya to create a delay pill, buying them enough time to find a proper cure. It's not a good thing to be this passive, so let's get ahead of the problem, Wang Wei thought. He took his communication talisman and contacted Sun Junyao. He told her about this news and asked her to work with a few pill refiners and curse masters to create this delay pill. He promised her all the support she needed, and she agreed. Afterward, Wang Wei headed to the demon race to see the Star Sage. He wanted to use her expertise to find Sage Pure Flame. He had already tasked the Fate Shadow Guard, the Overlords, and other participating lineages to search for him, but Wang Wei did not want to wait. Vendetta ceremony. Monk's body released a terrifying blood aura that twisted the surroundings. He held a red spear and looked at Undead Phoenix, who was kneeling. Well, that was disappointing. Undead Phoenix did not answer. Instead, his gaze seemed distracted as he looked in the distance. He felt it a little while ago, his life's most terrible karma thread was gone. He understood what this meant, 5 Feathers was dead. He had been waiting for this day for so long, but now that it had happened, he did not know how to feel. Relieved. Yes, since that cruel woman was finally gone. Anger. Yes, too, since he wanted to be the one to do it himself. Undead Phoenix also felt empty. His hatred had been the primary driving force in his life, and now that it was gone, he felt desolate. He realized that his hatred had turned him into. That barbarian was right, Undead Phoenix thought. My life was a failure. Undead Phoenix had a moment of clarity as he reviewed his life from an objective point of view. He was once the most talented loose cultivator in the world and had a bright future. But after losing his talent, everything went wrong. He made bad decisions after another, slowly turning him into a monster. There is no point in regretting now, Undead Phoenix thought. The past was the past, and he could not make amends or change it. He slowly stood up while looking at Monk. You were right. About everything, Undead Phoenix continued. I became what I am today because of my choices. It's good that you understand, but it's too late. You're right, but not entirely. Oh. You were also right about my death, Undead Phoenix added. Since this will be my last battle, it must be memorable. Monk squinted before grinning. I finally see the spirit of a heaven chosen from your eyes. Death is the ultimate clarity, isn't it? Undead Phoenix responded before raising his right hand to condense a white flame. His eyes moistened as he was lost in his memories. His original Tao was life flame, but he abandoned it for vengeance. White Phoenix mode, the white flame enveloped Undead Phoenix, turning to phoenix wings and a white crown. His aura, no longer eerie and cold like the embrace of death, was beautiful and full of hope, like the embodiment of life and creation. You said the world will remember me more fondly after this battle. As long as you can show the demeanor of a true genius in your final moments, Monk nodded. This also hinges on the fact you will grow to the point of having a true impact on the cultivation world. I'm confident. Good. I hope you're not just boasting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1396 The Great Wisdom Sutra. Monk stood above the dead Undead Phoenix, White Phoenix, with blood and burn marks all over his body. He had a grin, but the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his body made him more savage than satisfied. You were a worthy opponent, Monk said. After entering the White Phoenix mode, White Phoenix embodied the word, Immortal. No matter how many severe injuries Monk placed on him, White Phoenix would heal from and continue fighting. He then used his terrifying regenerative power to learn during this fight, thus increasing his battle experience. White Phoenix showed he was a true genius at the very end of his life. He absorbed Monk's skills and experience like a sponge to use against him. Sadly, he woke up too late. A white light descended on Monk, healing his injuries and bringing clarity to his eyes. The influence on my personality was much higher than I anticipated. To prepare for this battle, he absorbed the experience of one of his ancestors, but while the latter was a battle genius, he was also a madman who cultivated the Tao of war and slaughter. His madness is still lingering in the back of my mind, Monk thought, realizing the effect might become lasting if he did nothing. He exhaled before looking in the distance. The good news is the Paragon Slayer title and all the luck and destiny of White Phoenix, Monk thought. He disappeared from this place, appearing outside. Young Khan saluted an elderly man with strong muscles but way shorter than Monk. How did everything go? Monk asked. Our people are now looting his palace. Did anyone intervene? Yes, but we have dealt with it. Any losses? Only minor ones. Monk nodded before thinking of something. Did Wang Wei intervene? No. Lady Dolgun sent information that he would not participate, and so far, he has kept his word. That's good to hear, Monk nodded. Their alliance has been proceeding well so far, and he did wish for something like this to end or affect it in any way possible. Send me all the Buddhist books and artifacts we have in store, Monk ordered. However, the elderly man immediately became on guard after hearing his words. Monk noticed and understood the latter's reaction. The barbarian race had its own religion or spiritual practice that involved worshipping nature and ancestral spirits. However, their clan was more exclusive at some point and included Buddhism and Taoism gods in their fold. However, during Buddhism's catastrophe, where Maitreya went pseudo-mad, and the power of faith influenced all monks, the Buddhist barbarians started a coup and almost conquered the clan. Since then, the barbarian race has forbidden the spread and use of any other religions in their practice. However, due to Maitreya's power and presence, the clan has lowered the restrictions over the years, allowing the study and understanding of Buddhism. However, practicing Buddhism is still taboo. The barbarian clan was composed of countless tribes. Although united, they also compete with each other. The position of Great Khan is the leader of all the tribes with immense power. Monk was the next Great Khan of their clan, meaning their future leader. The last thing they would want was for him to have a deep relationship with Buddhism. The effects of the memories are more severe than I anticipated, Monk explained. And Buddhism is the fastest way to restrain or eliminate the effect. Their clan had ways to deal with the problem, but that would require a ceremony that takes time and effort. Monk understood the emergency nature of the current situation, so he wanted to be back in peak condition as soon as possible. As you wish, nodded the elderly man. Monk did not return to his tribe but teleported to the war god temple. This was the source of his memories, which contained some measures to suppress the effect. He received what he asked for and immediately dived into the content. Not surprisingly, Monk found a mind purification mantra and used it, along with a few artifacts. However, he was unsatisfied with the speed and continued reading more scripture to improve this mantra. Monk suddenly paused. A few thousand yuan epochs ago, before this era became chaotic, he had an inspiration for an idea that could change his life. He believed the idea was what he needed to close the gap between himself and Wang Wei. However, that idea always eluded him like a turtle trying to catch a rabbit. It's coming again, Monk thought, feeling the same sensation. However, the result was similar, he could not grasp it. He exhaled to calm down before looking around him, especially the scriptures. Monk squinted before muttering, Buddhism focuses on developing the mind and wisdom. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Yes, the biggest difference between me and him is intelligence and wisdom. In that case, why can't I create a cultivation that would grant me the wisdom of a Tao overlord? Monk immediately acted on this wild whim. He summoned his pagoda artifact since its ability was to help in creating skills and techniques. Whether a Tao overlord's brain or soul is the source of their wisdom, I can create a method to modify my body. Monk frowned as he felt this was not enough. This shallow method cannot describe a Tao lord or overlord's wisdom. Wang Wei once said that his kind is not hindered by any cognitive limitations in their mind, allowing them to think outside of the box and see or make connections that even the most brilliant mind could not. So, this technique, at a higher level, must allow me to break my cognitive biases and limitations, Monk analyzed. The young Khan grunted softly. His idea was feasible on paper, but executing it was more complicated than he thought. With the barbarian's knowledge and Buddhism's wisdom Tao, he was confident in creating the first levels of this technique. However, he was unsure when it came to removing his cognitive limits. Cognitive limits involve the power of fate. It should be a way for the river of fate to control cultivators better, Monk analyzed with a frown. I can also deduce that the Supreme Outlaw Trial is the final hurdle for Tao overlords to completely free their mind from this shackle. In other words, the final level of this technique would be to pass the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Although this path is rough, it's something, Monk reassured himself. He would not give up on this idea, especially since he already had a name for this technique, the Great Wisdom Sutra. At the worst, he'll ask for Wang Wei's help and even offer him a handsome reward. If that doesn't work, he'll just wait for a weak Tao overlord and capture them as a test subject. Monk felt confident and immediately started. He still focused on cleansing his mind but also took time to create a better outline for this technique. So, even you can't find him? Wang Wei said. Something is blocking the truth around him, Star Sage Fan Sui answered truthfully. Can you tell if it was him? Wang Wei asked while pointing at the sun. It's hard to tell, Fan Sui replied. Previous attempts at getting information about him would result in absolutely no information or a terrible backlash. However, this attempt on Sage Pure Flame revealed too much without revealing much. This means it could have been him doing it on purpose, or the method he used is too weak because he used power from his vessel instead of his main body, Wang Wei summarized. It could also be another power, Fan Sui added. Although I am confident in my abilities, I'm not arrogant enough to say nothing can be hidden from me. Indeed, Wang Wei sighed. The two suddenly sensed something and looked at the vision between heaven and earth. Another moon has fallen, Fan Sui said with squinted eyes. It seems Monk has succeeded, Wang Wei commented. The end of this era is approaching, Fan Sui uttered. Will the next era be the era of transcendence? Not if Time Eater has something to say about it. Is his plan enough to delay the upcoming era? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Delay? There is a high chance he would destroy it entirely. Wang Wei's expression became severe. He always knew Time Eater was a threat, but his deduction was the latter's plan, which involved him achieving higher realms. He believed Time Eater was planning a big move to give him the strength of half or pseudo-transcendent. With such power, he can survive until the next era and maybe even rise to power. However, Fan Sui told him the latter's threat was not just due to personal strength but something that could affect the entire Eternal Ascension world and the next era. I should have taken him more seriously after Mithraia's warning, Wang Wei grunted. However, even if he knew the truth, he could do nothing. He was already occupied with the current situation, so where did he have the time to deal with Time Eater? The latter has been hiding and planning for so long that even Mithraia couldn't tell his final goal. Alright, let's deal with one problem at a time, Wang Wei reassured himself. Supreme Unity was already a hard bone on his throat, and the last thing he should do was distract himself with Time Eater. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1397 The Inevitable Catastrophe, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei felt this should not be his burden to bear, this did not mean he would leave it alone. I need someone to monitor him and deal with the possible complications. He pondered briefly and came up with a plan. Sage, do you mind if I use your name to spread this news? Wang Wei asked. Wang Wei knew the Overlords and other top lineages were more likely to believe and take this trouble seriously if it came from her instead of him. That's why I'm revealing it to you, Sage Fan Sui calmly replied. Thank you. No problem, but what will you do with Sage Pure Flame? She asked. I can only lure him out the old-fashioned way, Wang Wei replied. I wish your plan success, Sage Fan Sui nodded. One last thing, Wang Wei said. Did Yi Dafu return to the demon race? I can't sense his karmic line. The naughty monkey. He's in punishment. Wang Wei's lips twitched. What did he do? Should you know? Me? What does it have to do with me? Wang Wei asked. Aren't you the one who put these ideas into his mind? Idea? Wait, he didn't really try to remove his name from the Book of Life and Death, right? That's right, Fan Sui nodded. As soon as he became an Empyrean, he sneaked into the underworld, searching for the so-called Book of Life and Death, trying to remove his name. We had to pay many resources for the Yama kings to release him. In fact, that little monkey is lucky. Otherwise, he might have been stuck in the underworld once the lock appeared. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. He never paid attention to the little trick he did to the Monkey King, but now, he realizes that his small actions might have bigger implications. Is Yidafu somehow related to Sun Wukong? But how? Inheriting his spirit? Or something else? Names have power, and there is no better proof of this saying than the fact that the Maitreya of the Eternal Ascension world has the same name as the Maitreya Bodhisattva on earth. Wang Wei has always wondered what the connection between these two was, and the best explanation he came up with was that she inherited the spirit of the Bodhisattva. Now, he started to believe the same for Yidafu. The question I need answers to is how can they influence the chaos universe given how isolated the prehistoric world is? Wang Wei analyzed. Did Grand Tao allow it, or is there a more profound truth I don't know about? It seems there were no bigger machinations behind your actions, Fan Sui stated after seeing his reaction. I'm afraid I might have been a pawn, too, Wang Wei sighed. He did not believe it was a coincidence that he accidentally altered Yidafu's fate to be similar to Sun Wukong back on Earth. I understand, Fan Sui nodded her head. One of the fundamental truths of the cultivation world is that everybody is a pawn of someone. The higher the cultivation, the more agency a cultivator has, but that also means they are more valuable pawns. I must leave, Wang Wei announced. But I must say one last thing. If my guess about Yidafu is correct, no punishment will easily curb his wild personality, and he probably won't stop until he takes his name away from that book. Additionally, he might have a deep fate with Buddhism. Fan Sui pondered briefly before thanking him. This information will allow the demon race to prepare for Yidafu's destiny and how to better train or raise him. Without it, they could have lost him after putting in countless efforts and resources. Wang Wei disappeared, heading directly to the Origin Seal continent to see his ancestor. I need to see Ancestor Qiyuan. Now you don't even say hello, Yan Hai said with a frown, making Wang Wei sigh. Ancestor, time is of the essence, and I have much on my plate, so I apologize if I don't have the time or energy for our usual banters. Yan Hai looked at him before snorting coldly. She waved her hand to activate countless formations to isolate the area before summoning a token before activating it. A small black hole appeared in the room, and a few seconds later, a deep voice came from the other side. Third sister, did something else happen? The kid wants to see Big Brother, it seems urgent, Yan Hai responded. Is that so? Give me a few seconds. A few seconds later, the black hole trembled before an illusory body appeared, showing a handsome man. The man immediately smiled at Wang Wei before reaching to hug him. If it isn't the Wang clan's Qilan's son, Qiyuan said. How have you been? Stress and losing hair, Wang Wei replied as he returned the hug. I can't do anything about your stress, but I know an excellent hair growth recipe. I guarantee Wu Hong will compliment you once the treatment is done. Wang Wei was speechless. But what I want is for you to reduce my stress. I'm dead. What can I do? Qiyuan replied casually. I'm kidding. Tell me what is on your mind. However, Wang Wei was suddenly on alert at this ancestor. He felt that this was the kind of state of mind Qiyuan was currently in. He was retiring as the clan and sect's brain, or a wise leader, and handing all the burden and trouble to him. The future is worrying, Wang Wei thought. If Chiyuan decides to retire and leave all the work to him, his life will be too busy. No, I can't let this bastard enjoy life while I do everything. Wang Wei immediately made plans on how he will interact with his ancestors in the future. This is what I just learned from Sage Fan Sui, Wang Wei said before explaining the situation with Time Eater. So, you want us to keep a watch over him? Chiyuan asked. It would be better if you could eliminate him, and please don't give the excuse you're dead. Chiyuan glanced at him, wondering whether this kid had followed his plan. He did not dwell on this for long as Chiyuan started to observe the world. He raised his hand to summon some of the Tao opening sex luck to boost his powers. Big brother. Yen Hai warned. Don't worry. Mithraea blessed us with her power, so we can now hide from him and even interfere a little, Chiyuan reassured as he continued his observation. He observed for a few minutes before speaking again. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. What did you see? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Time Eater's catastrophe is inevitable. Are you serious? Heavenly Tao still wants to be the destiny center of the chaos universe, and this catastrophe is to make up for what it lacked, Chiyuan revealed. Wait, are you saying Heavenly Tao is the chess player behind Time Eater? Wang Wei asked incredulously. One of the players, Chiyuan corrected. By now, Time Eater should have gone rogue and become someone else's pawn. Wang Wei grunted softly, caressing his temple. What more can you reveal about this catastrophe? The plan, all along, was to use this catastrophe to reshuffle power in the world before the Transcendence era, Chiyuan continued. In other words, this catastrophe was for all the overlords and top lineages. You guys have ruled the world for an era, so it made sense it would want to remove some of you, Wang Wei commented. Yes, not all of us can become transcendent factions in the next era, Chiyuan nodded. Will our sect be alright? Yen Hai asked. Because of this kid, we have transcendent luck, Chiyuan commented. So, we'll be alright. No, without a true transcendent, luck is illusory, Wang Wei added. He's right. We need our own transcendence as soon as possible, Chiyuan nodded. And how are we supposed to do that? Yen Hai asked. The answer is Mithraea and this kid. Me? Yes. As long as you become a primal and she gives you her method, I'm willing to bet my life you can perfect it. You're putting too much faith in me, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. Maybe, Chiyuan said calmly. And in Mithraea, Wang Wei added. That's my main worry, Chiyuan revealed. She must be the final victor in their fight, and we can only hope she becomes our protector in this transitioning era. Are things really that bad? Yen Hai asked. Don't forget other chaos worlds also have transcendence, Chiyuan reminded. At this point, I can confidently say that the Eternal Ascension world will become the destiny center of the universe. However, our world might not belong to us if all these people invade and take residence here. In other words, we're about to become a delicious piece of meat, and Mithraea will be the only one who can protect us until we grow up, Yen Hai said. I couldn't say it in a better way, Chiyuan nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.